under the aegis of the Department of Defense Production. The theme of this year's conclave is fast tracking of quality assurance through integrated approach and technology-enabled processes. This conclave is a platform for a transformative dialogue focusing on adoption of Industry 4.0 and quality assurance 4.0 practices, emerging quality trends in Army, Navy, and Air Force, and technological innovation in defense production. The day will feature a keynote address, release of strategic documents, and open house discussion with industry partners and 3 panel sessions on highly relevant topics. Ladies and gentlemen, due to some last-minute change in the program of the Honorable Raksha Mantri, who is the chief guest for today's program, there is a slight change in the program of the conclave that is outlined in the brochure. The revised program of the conclave is shown right now on the screen. Kindly have a look. We are commencing today's function with the panel discussions. Session 1 is the panel discussion on adoption of Industry 4.0, QA 4.0 in defense industries. Session 2 is the panel discussion on Indian military airworthiness, and Session 3 is the panel discussion on leveraging technology to surmount gaps in indigenization of explosives and ordnance. Post-lunch, we shall have an open house discussion for our industry partners. The chief guest for today's conclave is Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Honorable Raksha Mantri, who would arrive at around 4 p.m. And before we move into the panel discussions of the day, I would like to invite DGQA, Shri N. Manoharan, to kindly give the welcome address. A round of applause, please, for our DGQA.
Good morning, everybody. It is indeed a privilege. Today we have organized National Quality Conclave with the presence of our Honorable RM, keynote address, and his presence of and release of various documents. So, however, due to the current situations, our Honorable RM have to change his timing. Accordingly, we have slightly modified the program, which has been apprised by our anchor. So, with the modified program and timings. Again, good morning, everyone. All dignitaries, senior officers from the Armed Forces, Department of Defense Production, defense public sectors, various industries, media, RMO office, and each and every one present here. I welcome you all to this National Quality Conclave 2025. And this conclave has been planned with a very important motto that the Indian industry from the defense public sector and the private industry have to move towards the technology-enabled processes so that the timelines and the quality of the defense products which comes out of our industry are excellent quality and highly reliable and competitive in international market. So with this aim, various themes have been organized, and so various panel discussions have been tuned to achieve this motto from the various experts who are available in the defense sector. I request each and everyone present here to utilize this day in a very apt manner so that our industry gets maximum benefit out of this conclave, and they take the good input from this conclave for the implementation so that the industry benefits as well as a country we benefit and we move towards a technologically advanced production center in our country. With this, I once again welcome you all, and we will commence with the various session. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the welcome address. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into our first panel discussion on the topic of adoption of Industry 4.0, quality assurance 4.0 in defense industries. May I invite the following panelists and moderator to kindly take their seats on the stage. The panel is being moderated by Brigadier Sanjay Mohanty, VSM, Controller, CQA, EW, Secunderabad. We have some eminent panelists to join him. I welcome Shri Sanjeev Kumar Bhola, Executive Director and Unit Head, Vehicle Factory, Jabalpur. Srimati Seema Yadav, General Manager, Corporate Quality, Bharat Electronics Limited, Bengaluru. Shri Rituraj Dwivedi, General Manager, Quality, Gun Carriage Factory, Jabalpur. Shri Amol Gangadhar Shelke, Director, Aerospace and Defense, Siemens Industry Software India Private Limited. Shri Rajesh Yadav, Director, Technical Coordination and Cybersecurity, DGA QA. And Commodore M.A.K. Shetty, Additional DG, Strategic Systems, Quality Assurance Group. Now, a brief introduction of Brigadier Sanjay Mohanty, who is the moderator of this panel. Brigadier Sanjay Mohanty, VSM, with over 28 years of experience, is a BE in electronics, MTech in computer science, and diploma in quality management. The officer has been working on the adoption of Industry 4.0 and QA 4.0 for all DPSUs under the aegis and directions of the DDP for past 6 years, and has filed a patent for the same as an inventor. The officer has been awarded with Vishishta Seva Medal in 2025 and a bronze for innovation by the SODET in the year 2021-2022. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us for the session on adoption of Industry 4, QA4 for the Indian defense industry. The fourth industrial revolution, that is Industry 4.0, is a technological shift aimed at transforming manufacturing by leveraging digitization, automation, and data analytics. The adoption of the Industry 4.0, QA 4.0 in the defense manufacturing is being steered by the DDP, as was conveyed by the MC, through a joint team of DGQA and the DPSUs. With this as the background, I now take this opportunity to introduce our distinguished panelists. To start with, we have Shri Sanjeev Kumar Bhola, who is a PG in weapon design and an alumnus of IIT, BHU, and the National Defense College. He currently heads the vehicle factory at Jabalpur. He's had a wide exposure in design, development, and manufacturing of RT systems, tanks, and vehicles. He has a singular distinction of successfully establishing the digital reverse engineering lab at OFC Kanpur, and for his achievements, he's been awarded with the Ayudh Bhushan. Next, we have next to him is Commodore M.A.K. Shetty. He currently heads the SSQAG at Hyderabad. Sir is a postgraduate in radars and communication engineering from IIT Delhi and an alumnus of DSSC Wellington and CDM Secunderabad. With his expertise and exposure in various armament, naval armament related field, he's had various prestigious appointments at the Naval Headquarters and the DGNAI. Our next panelist next to him is Sri Rajesh Yadav, sorry, who is the Director Technical Cod and Cybersecurity at DG AQA. He, after a short stint in the Air Force, joined the AQA in 2001 and has held various prestigious appointments within DG AQA. One of the major ones was while he commanded AQA unit looking into the repair and overhaul of the Cheetah Chetak and the Lancer Hepters. Next to him, we have Sri Amol Gangardhar Shelke. He is the Director Aerospace and Defense at Siemens Digital Industry, which looks into provision of software hardware solutions for design, simulation, and development of smart products. We also have amongst us Sri Rituraj Dwivedi, who's the GM quality at Gun Carriage Factory, Jabalpur. He is a postgraduate and a gold medalist in control and instrumentation from MNRC, Allahabad. He's had over 20 years of experience in large caliber gun systems and has also been awarded the Ayudh Bhushan for his role for Sharang gun induction. Our last panelist is Mrs. Seema Yadav, again an alumnus of IIT BHU, and she's the GM Corporate Quality at Bell, Bangalore. She's played a key role in the design and development of the communication and C4I systems for the services. She is a recipient of the Raksha Mantri Award for design and development of the project Battlefield Surveillance System. With this, we now start the panel. My first question would be to Mr. Bola. Sir, given your vast experience in defense production, what do you anticipate as gaps in the defense manufacturing industry which warrants adoption of Industry 4 QA4 primarily for DPSUs and the defense industry?
Good morning. First, because the first question has been fired on me. So, firstly, I should congratulate you taking a moderator's role and DGK for considering this Industry 4.2 and bringing this to the center stage. Because if you see for last a decade or two, the businesses have changed. The way the businesses are operated, it is completely changed. Initially, it used to be one companies. Then came the era when the companies grew and they used to have units at 4 or 5 places. But now if you see in last a decade, you will be finding the companies are growing beyond borders. The operations are not only in one country, the operations are in multifarious countries. The supply chains are not local now. The supply chains grow outside boundaries. So there are a lot of business challenges, new business challenges, and the digital transformation has basically unraveled that and now made it possible to face these challenges. So if you see this digital business challenges, basically this digital transformation is helping these industries to become more agile organizations and give more empower the users actually, empower the various stakeholders to take decisions which otherwise was very limited with the small information that was available to them. So this is a scenario which has changed the industries to work in that new environment. Obviously, Industry 4 is a solution, or rather I would say digital transformation is the requirement of the day. Because it not only affects one particular just a production or a manufacturing of a component, it's now creeped into each and every operation of an industry, whether it is supply chain, whether it is asset management, and things like that. Otherwise, if we think of just connecting machines, It's an era of 80s and 90s. Most of the industry partners are there and they must be knowing. There was a concept of DNC, direct numerical controlling, which was above when CNCs were connected. So that era is past. Now the new thing is new technologies which have come. AI or cloud computing and adaptive manufacturing. The robots were also there, but if you see a robot installed in an I4 environment, it will be different. It's the same component, but now there is a much more decision making which he can do it based on its own environment. So this is the technologies which are imbibed into this, and IoT is obviously will remain the center point because that is the first data point, and machines are there. So now what are the gaps if you want to analyze? If you want to do a gap analysis, I take it in this way that whenever you want to do any gap analysis, whether it is industry I4, Q4 or anything, there has to be a reference line. And then there has to be a standard. So globally, a lot of companies are trying to build standards for Industry 4.0. How you can say a company X is a Industry 4 compatible? So there has to be standards. So unfortunately, now even there is no ISO standard like ISO 9000 or ISO AS for aerospace industry, but a standard for an Industry 4 compatible or a smart manufacturing setup is still to be drafted, and already efforts are there. If you go through the data, a lot of, even in Australia, even in Europe, they are trying to establish what can be a standard. Once that is done, or a step towards that will be if ministry can think of, or if DGCO can think of preparing a scope document that when you say it's an Industry 4 or you certify a Industry 4, what bare minimum things? You can't have all the technologies and say then only you are Industry 4. If you are having a component which even a smart, intelligent ERP, if the ERP system of an organization can predict, or the machine maintenance can be predicted through AI and those components, I think that is a step towards Industry 4. Industry 4 is not just, I want to say, not just connecting machines, because that is a horizontal integration. Yeah, and Industry 4 is not only a horizontal integration, smart factories will be even vertically integrated when the scope and things are connected. When it comes to horizontal integration, lot of challenges have been met. The DNC platforms, direct numerically controlled platforms, were there, and they have developed. Initially it was proprietariness is like one of the important aspect that we have to face, like in industries, in ordnance factories or any manufacturing industry. Siemens comes or some other companies come, they come with the proprietary platforms. Now we have to have an open source platforms, where I think now industry has to work, especially the IT industries and other things. They have to develop a open source platforms where all these machines can be integrated. The second gap that I can see is connecting. It's very easy to connect a NC or a CNC machine because the data transfer protocols are there. But the main difficulty comes in connecting a conventional machine. And it's not that we have to keep conventional machine aside or not in the domain of Industry 4. Even conventional machines has to be brought, but there will be the main challenge of tapping the data. Tapping the data through the sensors, through the other RFIDs or through a man-machine interface. So that has to be developed. But this again depends on machine to machine. So no standardization is there. So we have to think of that standardization, open platforms. And the other thing that you can think of is if you want to say certify one of the company, DGCO wants to certify that it's a Industry 4.0 compatible, then you have to have a set of guidelines. That guidelines which will govern that the industry, maybe all 9 or 10 technologies are not there. Because being a defense industry, we can't keep our information on open domain. So there will be some limit. A few technologies, we have to identify what few technologies, whether the adaptive manufacturing has been done.
We are working on this, sir. I'll cover that.
So these are some of the important aspects I think you should think.
Yes.
And once we define a roadmap, each company I would suggest, each of the defense companies, they can think of a digital transformation roadmap, a document which basically should govern how you are going to adopt this Industry 4. Otherwise, there are so many persons. A lot of companies will come. Someone who is into say logistics, they will come with a cloud computing solution, or someone will come, they can provide tribology, maintenance, prediction softwares, but these are isolated things. So once you have companies have their own digital transformative roadmap, they will be able to, that should be the guiding for those companies. So these are few of the attempts that one should make, and we can reduce these gaps.
Thank you so much, sir. Just to add, sir, in terms of, we've talked about framework and standardization, so that we thought was our next step, because we had to address the initial part of getting this particular thing in. So we've already proposed in the vision document a structure wherein a framework shall be made by all QA, 3 QA agencies and the industry, so that the industry can be certified in layers. You know, like you have the CMMI, which is 1 to 5. We may probably look into Industry 4 certification being given in levels, depending upon the adoption of technologies by the firm. So we'll speak
Yes,
about
so we have to decide that what all things like ERP, whether the
Correct.
company has an intelligent ERP or a dump ERP.
Correct.
Or if an adaptive machines, then what are the minimum number of adaptive manufacturing technologies there? Where even if 1 or 2 adaptive technologies, then okay, it certifies to a particular level.
Perfect.
The secondly, one efforts which Government of India is already doing is Samrat Bharat 4. This initiative is done by Ministry of Heavy Industries, and they are showcasing lot of these products. But we are in industry, we don't know, other than that, we have to have to implement. So
Correct.
open source development, maybe companies like Bell can think of developing open source software, where all this connectivity, protocols and things can be thought of.
Thank
I
you,
think
sir.
that will be a good effort towards implementing Industry 4 in defense.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inputs, valuable inputs actually. My next question would be to Mr. Dwivedi. Given your vast experience in design and development of complex gun systems, what challenges do you anticipate towards adoption of Industry 4, with specific reference to what you faced in GCF?
Morning, sir. Thank you. Good morning to all. Basically, in adoption of Industry 4 and QA4, I can foresee 3 major challenges apart from several small other challenges. When we say QA4 at a ground level, what I perceive is that somewhere a measurement will be done. That measurement will be captured by a device, IoT device. That measurement will be transmitted to QA agency, and QA agency will sentence that measurement as accepted, rejected, or maybe for return for rectification. That is the methodology what I perceive is QA4, removing human touch in measurement and sentencing of I nodes. So this basic philosophy gives rise to 3 challenges. First is data integrity and data safety. So if I take a measurement and transmit it to our QA terminal, the transmission should be secure. It should not go to an unintended terminal. Then data integrity. If I take a measurement as 10 millimeter, when it is read by the QA terminal, it should remain as 10 millimeter, and the sentencing should be done taking it as a 10 terminal. And when I auto-sentence a measurement, auto-sentence an I node, then the software which is reading that 10 millimeter reading should be trouble-free. It should not give to any error during sentencing. So this is one. Secondly, sir, we all, whether it's a public sector or a private sector industry, we all have a very well-entrenched ERP system running with us. Some may be modern, some may be old or vintage. So second challenge is that whatever we do in QA4 and Industry 4, it should be amalgamated into the existing ERP system. It should not be seen as a thing which is just sitting to ensure QA4, whereas our ERP is running separately. Unless until it is unified with the existing ERP system, the system will see it as an outsider. So to make it part of system is the second challenge. Third challenge is, sir, like for our AWEIL group, we have 8 factories, and if we merge all, we have total 40 ordnance factories and several other factories also. So to have a common platform of Industry 4, QA4 in all, at least all AWEIL units, should be mandatory so that they can talk to each other in iNote, because our barrels are made at Kanpur. The iNotes will be punched at Kanpur. It can be read by SQA GCF Jabalpur. So an interoperability and common platform, at least for a particular public sector, is the third challenge, what I feel, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dwivedi. Just to add what you said, you very rightly brought out that integration with the existing ERP is going to be a challenge. We've also seen it as a challenge. And to just apprise the audience, you see, one way is to tamper with it and change the ERP. The moment you do that, you are tampering with the existing production processes, because both have to go simultaneously. So what we are now adopting with Bell is leaving the existing ERP the way it is, finding out the gaps in the ERP, and thereafter in the new application we address those gaps. Primarily, if you see the existing SAPs or the NQDBMS which is there with the production agencies, there you have documents which are scanned documents which are put in. There is no digitization of that document, which doesn't, because of that, there is no statistical analysis that you can do on the data. And since there is no statistical analysis, you can't implement AI, ML or DL in that for preventive or fault pattern analysis and things like that, for primarily for overall equipment efficiency. So I think that's a fair one that you've said. My next question on the same lines would be to Mrs. Seema Yadav. Madam, you've been part of the implementation process in all DPSUs. May I request you to just list out the key components of Industry 4 QA4 and the method of adopting these in Bell. You can also give certain references of the pilots that you've done with GCF, VFJ, as to how to move forward.
Thank you, sir. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to represent my organization, Bell, in this forum. So the adoption of Industry 4.0 and QA 4.0, as our earlier panelist says, it involves digital transformation of processes, which will definitely boost the operational efficiency and product reliability. So the key components, what has been discussed since morning here, are advanced manufacturing techniques, like additive manufacturing, 3D printing, integration of CNC and CAM, then smart manufacturing techniques like automation, robotics, use of IoT, sensors, edge computing devices, and then cyber physical systems, use of digital twins, then simulations, and apart from this, digitization of processes, enabling traceability from component level to subsystem level to system level, networking of different machines, then use of AI/ML techniques for predictive maintenance, and like in QA 4.0, use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, shift from traditional QA processes to real-time monitoring of the systems, and use of AI/ML techniques over the data. Digitization, availability of all the data in digital format, so that we can, as you already said, we can apply analytics over that data. Then AI-based defect detection, then use of these techniques for supply chain management, tracking of inventory, then advanced training processes, use of technologies like AR, VR for advanced training. So coming to Bell, what I'll say in Bell, we have taken a few pilot projects for adopting this QA 4.0. We have developed a hybrid QA 4.0 software along with the DGQA, both from Army and Navy. And we have established a complete framework, established the infrastructure, the communication network, and developed AI/ML algorithms for availability of all these data from initial stage, all data, online availability of this data from initial stage to end stage. And then we can use our AI/ML algorithms over that. And now we are rolling this out in across BEL in all SBUs, same thing. And we are also providing customized solution for other DPSUs. And for Industry 4.0, we are working with DGQA and industry partners for automation and then development of AI ML algorithms and implementation of this Industry 4.0 in other DPSUs.
Madam, I just wanted you to, just in short, also talk about what is the singular plan as far as BEL goes. We had talked about, making a software not just for QA 4.0, but a software which would also factor in the inputs of the Industry 4 component, so that you have overall equipment efficiency being managed from a central place. You have the manufacturing process, which is the MES, also being factored in from a simple place. So are we working on that? Because one of the major challenges that is brought out, which Mr. Bola also brought out, was legacy systems. He talked about, proprietary equipment, and the OEMs are not very helpful in giving the help towards extracting data out of that. So are we also looking at, probably you talked about edge devices, are we looking at creating a system wherein I can extract data from the machine,
devices, machines.
without tampering with the production process?
Yeah.
Just enlighten the audience
So
about it.
that's what I said, sir. We are working with DGQA and industry partners for this edge computing devices and integrated software involving both QA 4.0 and Industry 4.0 for real-time monitoring plus AI ML algorithms, complete framework.
So just to add what Madam has said, there were certain gaps that was found during the process of implementation of Industry 4 QA4, and we found that though automation at the DPSUs and the defense industry was being undertaken, but there was also a requirement of integrating both these inputs at a central level, so that the central level analytics could take place for business visualizations, production visualizations, and QA visualizations. So that is what BEL is working on now. Aspects of profile checks, where what Mr. Dwivedi also brought out, which which used to create problems for measurements and all, that is planned to be automated. So there are vast amount of things that is being taken up. My next question would be to Commodore Shetty. Sir, being from the Naval Armament Inspection Cadre, do you see the necessity of adoption of QA 4.0 in indigenization of the naval armament stores? And what could be the challenges in your view while you take it up, sir, for the armament stores?
Thank you for the question, and also good morning to one and all. In fact, without being too modest, I would say that as far as the Indian Navy is concerned, we have always been ahead of the curve in terms of adapting to the modern technologies, and also particularly, if I may have to speak about the armaments as such, we till a few say a decade or so back, because of the limited number of industries which were involved in the armament industry, so our scope of work was limited to the ordnance factories and the major DPSUs and some industries which were there. But with the opening of the field to the private industry partners, things have moved at a fast pace. And again, as I started off, we at the, as far as armament inspection is concerned, we have been trying to use technology, particularly when the Navy had its own communication network, which was to all the units which are there pan-India. So we have been able to develop an armament inspection information management system, which took us around a few years in the making, but finally it will be operationalized by the end of this year. And this was a multi-crore project, with CDAC being the one who built us this solution. And thanks to the pandemic, and also the government's initiatives on using Industry 4.0 and QA 4.0, this particular AIMS software, as we term it, has got all features which are absolutely available, ready to adapt to the Industry 4.0 procedures, like the digital transformation, whatever is anticipated that the Industry 4.0 expects that the QA agency needs to support it in its transformation to Industry 4.0, we are absolutely ready with our solution. In fact, recently, on a personal scale, we had from SSQAG, from where I am now operating, we had done a survey of the industries, because at SSQAG we work with a lot of industries in both in Hyderabad as well as outside. So we did a sort of a questionnaire sort of thing, asking the industry as to what are their, how are they going ahead with Industry 4.0, and what are their expectations from a QA agency. So I'm more than happy to say that the industries have been much more, they have said as to how they want to implement these IoT techniques and all edge computing, and also their expectations about the QA 4.0 being adopted by the industry, by the QA agencies, particularly in terms of predictive analysis or using AI tools to ensure that we don't have too much of intrusive inspection procedures. As far as use of Industry 4.0, particularly use of remote inspection, those things already has been implemented to a great extent. Like for example, our inspectorate in Pune, I think Commodore Pathak, who will be speaking later on in a different session, the inspection has totally become remote, wherein it's there is no manual involvement at the industry level. It is all remote, which actually is one of the processes towards moving towards QA 4.0. So as far as we are concerned, QA agencies need to be along with the industry in trying to meet up to their expectations, and we are ready for the same.
Thank you so much, sir. You rightly said that we need to match up with Industry 4.0, and the moment you say QA 4.0, it is no longer remote, it is concurrent, because once the system is automated, it is being cleared as part of Industry 4. QA is in any case a subset of Industry 4.0. Well said, sir. Sir, my next question would be to Mr. Yadav. Having seen the land systems, the naval part, how do you visualize the aerospace industry in terms of adoption of Industry 4, QA 4? And my specific question also to you would be from where Commodore Shetty left, as to do you see any changes in the functioning of the QA agencies, the government QA agencies, once it is adopted by the industry?
Yeah, Brigadier Manti, before I come to your question, I would like to allay the concern of the industry as raised by Shri S.K. Bhola, ED Vehicle Factory. He wanted to have a digital certification of Industry 4.0 from the QA agencies. I would like to allay your concerns, and I mean in DGA QA we have already started working on this. We are thinking of coming out with say some kind of digital maturity assessment model for industry, because we understand that at the moment mostly our industries are at the Industry 3.0 level. Ultimate aim is Industry 4.0, but that will take maybe some considerable period of time. And during this transition phase, the industry and the companies will be at different levels of digital maturity. So as QA agency, more than you, it is my own concern, because I want my QA delivery process to be compatible with the digital maturity level of a company. Now, if I define these digital maturity stages or the discrete steps which we have in mind for the digital maturity assessment of a company, the Industry 3.0, as you know, these are all of us have the structured processes. Maybe the first step will be the digital and real-time, information on the processes. The next step for an industry would be probably the automated systems, and as we perceive, there will be the siloed automated processes initially. Next step, the interconnection of the automated processes and the cyber-physical processes. And then you move to the intelligent and predictive systems, wherein AI and ML is integrated into it. So at the moment, at industry 3.0, my conventional QA processes are there. The quality plan, the sampling inspection, the statistical quality control, the quality measurements, inspections, all those things are there, and they are compatible with the level of the industry. At Industry 4.0, QA 4.0, as Brigadier Monty brought out, it will be the concurrent testing kind of thing. But my concern as QA agency is the industry in transition. Neither the, conventional QA processes will be applicable there fully, nor the fully concurrent QA 4.0 will be applicable. So we are working, in the GAQA, we have started thinking on this, and we think that we'll come out with some kind of digital maturity assessment model wherein we assess a company at what stage of digital maturity it is, and I design my QA delivery processes accordingly. So that is one thing. Now, second thing, as you asked, the applicability of Industry 4.0 and QA 4.0 for aerospace industry. See, the basic components, the technology or the tools of Industry 4.0 or the QA 4.0, it remains the same, irrespective of the type of industry. Whether it is automation, whether it is cyber physical systems, the networking of the production processes, the ERP, SAP, AI, ML, the AR and VR systems. Basically, it has the utility in the aerospace industry also. But maybe for some specific applications, we'll have some specific systems or things in place, which probably other industries may not have. Maybe say we have the health and usage monitoring system for aircrafts. So maybe the sensors and the type of data and the number of data that is required, say to know the health of the structure or the equipments or the vibration sensors, maybe they may be different from other industries. But I think that is there, that kind of variation will be there in every kind of industry, maybe the electrical industry, electronics industry, the automotive industry. They'll all have these different kinds of sensors. So to that extent, there might be minor variations, but broadly, the system remains the same.
Brigadier Mohanty, we are running short of time. Yeah, you have to wrap in 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inputs. Yes, you rightly said the solutions have to be customized on a case-to-case basis with respect to a DPSU. The solution in an explosive factory vis-a-vis aircraft manufacturing factory or a naval system would always be different. But the moot point is that technology, how do you adopt technology to find solutions to the gaps which are there? That is the catch. And somehow have, like Mrs. Yadav said, that can we look into some common structure, some common software or a system wherein we can, take this data and do analysis in a structured, standard manner. We can always augment whatever we want to do. My next question would be to Mr. Amol. How do you visualize Industry 4, QA4? You've seen what people have talked about in terms of gaps and challenges. What is Siemens doing specifically? Because Siemens is a big player in this adoption. Could you just throw a light on what is that you envisage in terms of adoption for the defense industry here?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity to come here and present me and my organization and thought process on the Industry 4.0. Also, I would like to appreciate Ministry and DGK and Colonel Mohanty sir's efforts towards implement Industry 4.0 to make the existing facilities more smarter, more digitalized and more automated. So your question I'll answer in two. One is why and one is how. Why? Because in today's complex designs for the advanced radar, autonomous vehicles, systems and all, we need a complex design need to be addressed quickly. And the manufacturing of the same needs to be scaled up on the advanced level. So for that purpose, Industry 4.0 is a must, I would say, and QA 4.0. Second reason, we are under the Make in India program. We are talking about design, development and manufacturing in India. So when we are talking about the design, development and manufacturing and scaling up that manufacturing defense product to fulfill the country's requirement, we should have our internal processes more digitalized, more centralized, smartly connected and automated. So with this, Siemens, we are already having implemented so many solutions with the help of our PLM which is a product lifecycle, project lifecycle management, and application-based lifecycle management. Along with that, we have already executed successfully our MES solutions, which basically take care of your entire manufacturing execution system and seamlessly integrated. One of the panelists told existing ERPs has to be utilized. I'm absolutely in agreement with that. Instead of doing the duplication of the work, the existing ERPs are we can tightly integrate with our PLM and MES solutions, and we can make as a complete single dashboard, which will create a digitalized library for our future project, which will help to reduce our times, which will help to avoid the duplications. And on that front, I'm happy to tell all of you, we as a Siemens already working in guidance of BAL and DGQA, because our thought process is very clear. It is not only a implementation of Industry 4.0 and QA 4.0. More than that, it has to be a synergy. It has to be come together as a ministry, as a PSU, as a DGQA, as a monitoring agency, and how successfully we can implement this, because this is a need of our nation. And the expectations and delivering and fulfilling the requirement of our own nation, as well as globe and other countries are also looking towards us. The way we are helping them in pharmaceutical, in dairy, and the different automobile industries, similar way they are expecting India has that potential, capability, and capacity to deliver the defense product also. So I thought with our synergy and collaboration, we can definitely achieve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Almore. May now request few questions from the audience, please. Should there be anything that you would need to? Yes.
Sir, kindly introduce yourself. Can we arrange a mic, please?
Morning to you. Thank you very much from the industry for giving us such rich inputs. For
Sir,
this,
just a second. We have one after him, please.
Okay. Good morning. I am Prasad, Chief Executive, Similac Airworthiness. My question is specific to processes where the TRLs for manufacturability and testability is very low. And consequently, the yield is low, the statistical spread in the test parameters are quite high. So I would like the panel to tell what will be the order of magnitude impact of Industry 4.0 in improving the yield, and what bearing it will have on improving the design for manufacturability and testability, which is suboptimal today in the industry.
Okay. See,
yeah, maybe I'll. So basically, in Industry 4.0, will have the high truth data perspective available with us. So what do we do with that data is a different thing. When it comes to design, I mean, manufacturing is okay. Manufacturing, we know what kind of data we need, what predictive things we need. Those things are there in Industry 4.0, but when it comes to design and development, maybe the data doesn't lie. Data is high truth. So that data is available with us. It is up to the designer or the development agency to further make use of it. I mean, how do they go about it? That is my take on this.
I'll just add to what Mr. Yadav said. You see, you had two pointed questions. One was regarding the yield part. How do you use Industry 4 for improving the yield? I'll just give you an example. You are doing a normal manufacturing. You don't have digitized means. There will be failures. What you do is, if there's a failure, you go back, you do a rework, come back. There is no structured mechanism of looking at, because you're focusing on the yield, you're focusing on the throughput per day. Now this data, once you probably analyze, somebody has to do an analysis as to why the failure happened and how much time it is taking for rework. I'll give you an example, a classic example of what happened in our proof of concept project that we did in Machilipatnam. We were automating a holographic site. There were certain tests there, and we found when we automated the system, we had stratified the faults in various categories. One of the fault was a leakage test, a leak which was there, failures because of the leak, and we found that the failures because of the leak was about 11%. Throughput of the of per day was about 40 to 50 optical sites that they were making. Now, when you take 11% failure, it amounts to about say 4 or 5 pieces a day. And when you take it back, it has to go through a rework. Now, imagine if I take it over a month, I go by this factor of 11% for a month, 40 into say 30 about 1,000 odd sites he's preparing. In that 1,000 odd sites, if I put a 11% failure and the time taken for the rework, because that is the whatever rework is there, it is going to stop your productivity. So it has got a direct bearing in the throughput. Secondly, what Mr. Yadav said is when you have this data, you would exactly know what to do to prevent failures. You are looking at throughput. The companies would always look at throughput. How do you look at throughput? By reducing, by fixing the problems, by coming on to a preventive mechanism for a problem. So either the failure has happened, I do a root cause analysis, I put a preventive check so that failure doesn't happen. The other part is when you design complex systems, for you it's simple, but for complex systems, you need to understand faults over a period of time. Statistical analysis is over a period of time. And can you then undertake pattern analysis? Can you predict failures? Can you predict reliability? Reliability is over 10 years, 15 years of the life of the equipment. So the moment you digitize data, you will have a basic thing in your hand of predicting faults, understanding fault patterns, which will in any case improve your throughput if you see that it helps you in design and development in any case. Any design it's 60 to 70% reuse, so you can only focus on the balance 20-30% for which the data is available to you. You would be able to comment upon QRs which are required to be made for the next generation weapon systems. So that is how you leverage the use of data. I hope we've answered what you said.
I'll add one more thing to it. So in the intelligent and predictive systems, there will be automatic correction of the machine variations. So that will reduce the breakdowns and the deviations, and it will increase your yield. Second thing is the known root causes. They will all be eliminated by the intelligent systems. So there also your probability of defects reduces, and the requirement of defect investigation also goes down. Yeah. So this is how it helps to increase.
Maybe have the second question, somebody was there.
I'm Colonel Tuldat, I'm from Action Construction Equipment. You know, on the ground, we had a very healthy discussion, but coming to realities and a ground check, how does the MOD intend to provide support and encourage the private industry so that we realize the new goals of this new technologies like AI, DL, machine level learning, and how we can integrate this into the defense production in specific?
See, we are now looking at implementation of Industry 4 QA4 with the OEMs, that is the DPSUs. Our next intent, in fact, it has been already told to the DPSUs that they need to look into tier 1, tier 2 suppliers and handhold them so that they can come up with equivalent infrastructure for adoption of Industry 4 QA4. So, handholding, when you say government, if DPSU, you are a partner of industry partner of a DPSU, they will now handhold you to come up with requisite capability to take on Industry 4 QA4. Apart from that, if you need solutions, we have BEL, we are developing solutions not just for the DPSUs, it is for the private industry as well. You can always go to BEL and seek solutions, whatever is being provided to DPSUs, they can also be offered to you.
In fact, I would add to you, especially that question which Mr. Prasad told, and now another question came from industry. And since I belong to my whole experience on manufacturing industry, you know, this is the main concern and the main point questions by the top management while adopting the I4.0 technology, the return on investments, increase in yield. So these are the basic things. So what we have, as I suggested, if the companies start writing a roadmap for digital transformation, that is a document which should specify what is the yield increase. It can be in terms of processes improvement, it can be in terms of production improvements, but generally 20 to 30 or 25% of production yield increases if you are following the whole processes and you are able to take a considered decision when you have the full information in front of you. Like you are doing a manufacturing of some component, not getting an input, that there is no demand in next 1 year. And you keep investing. So if you have, see, Industry 4.0 is not a product, it's a culture. And we have to adopt that culture, and digital transformation and digital techniques come as a solution to that. So obviously the concern of yield will increase. The concern how MOD can help, rather we can, I would suggest that in fact that is one of the way forward for if we want to induct Industry 4.0 components into industry, is incentivizing firms. Those who adopt this culture, Industry 4. But before incentivizing them, we have to certify them, like something the efforts you are saying. But it has to be in a discrete manner, not that a subjective decision taken that a particular X company is Industry 4 compatible. So it has to be defined. So the incentivization obviously will come when standardization or certifying a company will be there. But rather than looking outward for the ministry to incentivize, because I am also a part of the government, the business industries themselves should think the benefits accrued out of this. That is the biggest incentive for a company. Rather than getting a red carpet treatment, you should walk a path where you get incentives.
Thank you so much, sir, for your input.
And we've run short of time, and we will have to wrap, Brigadier Mohanty. A very enriching discussion, but time demands us to wrap it.
With whatever we've discussed, you see the key takeaway points that we see as was brought out in terms of gaps. Yes, data acquisition from myriad kind of equipment, primarily which are legacy equipment, is a challenge. Digital threading is a requirement, starting from the input material to the final integration, which will give us data both for production analytics as well as QA analytics. We've also talked about changes in the QA processes. Obviously, it will lead to changes in how the industry undertakes QC checks, testing, and how does the QA agency optimize because of all these automations that are there. Obviously, there will be some changes in the processes by the government QA agencies as well, because testing will be concurrent. Important point that was brought out was in terms of regulatory policy. As I've said, we are looking into it. DGAQ has talked about making a framework. We're also talking about making a framework with all three QA agencies, not just looking at land systems. We need to look at a holistic framework, and some probably an accreditation body primarily for defense services. Next issue which I think people have left out is the aspect of security. You see, when you have data, you need to be critical. You have cyber physical domain. We need to be extra careful for security and vulnerability of the data. That is an important part that will also have to be taken care of by the industry. And the info system, which is the infrastructure and the data, both have to be factored in that part. With this, I now conclude the session. I thank all the panelists and the distinguished guests to be here with us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Brigadier Sanjay Mohanty and all the esteemed panelists, for a thought-provoking discussion and giving a wonderful start to this national conclave. A special thanks to the audience for their participation. I would like to request Brigadier Mohanty to kindly present the mementos to the panelists. I would request them to come forward. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Bhola. It would be great, sir, if you could come in the middle forward, yeah. Srimati Seema Yadav. Shri Rituraj Dwivedi. Shri Amol Gangadhar Shelke. Shri Rajesh Yadav. Commodore M.A.K. Shetty. I would like to request Commodore Shetty to kindly present a memento to our moderator, Brigadier Mohanty. I would request all the panelists to kindly come forward for a group photograph, please. Thank you so much. And with this, we are moving ahead into our session 2 of the National Quality Conclave. I would like to invite our panelists on the topic of Indian Military Airworthiness Bill. This panel is being moderated by Shri S.K. Kapoor, Additional Director General, DGAQA. We have some eminent panelists here to share their thoughts. I would like to welcome Shri APVS Prasad, Chief Executive Airworthiness, CEMILAC, which is the Center for Military Airworthiness and Certification. Shri Sanjay Chawla, Director General, Directorate General of Aeronautical Quality Assurance. Shri Arup Malik, General Manager, CS and QA, HAL, Bangalore. We'll just take a moment to organize the sofas for the second session. No, I will just be talking about I would request the panelists and the moderator to kindly take their seats. A brief introduction of Shri S.K. Kapoor, the moderator for this session. He is Additional Director General, DGAQA. Shri Kapoor completed his graduation in engineering from PEC, Chandigarh, and joined DGAQA in 1994. He has experience of more than 30 years in the field of military aviation. He contributed in various projects like aircraft platforms such as Hawk, MiG-21, Sukhoi 30, helicopters such as ALH, Cheetah, Chetak, air armaments, etc., to make them successful and reliable assets of the Indian Armed Forces. He has been instrumental in driving various policy initiatives under Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat flagship programs. He is currently on assignment as additional DG at headquarters DGA QA and playing a pivotal role in policy transformations for DGA QA. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for wonderful words about me. Now, a very, very good morning to one and all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, delegates from MOD and user services, friends from defense industries, ladies and gentlemen. I will first introduce our panelist, Mr. Shri AP V.S. Prasad Sahab. He is the Chief Executive from CEMILAC, that is full form is Center for Military Airworthiness and Certification. And he is an alumnus of the Osmania University, Hyderabad, has obtained B degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering and M.Tech in Telecommunication from IIT Kharagpur. He joined ADE, DRDO in 1990 and has more than 30 years of experience in the research and development of avionics system for unmanned aerial vehicle, that is UAV. He is a recipient of various awards, including DRDO Scientist of the Year Award. He is also Vice President of Aeronautical Society of Quality and Reliability. So, and the next the panelist is Shri Sanjay Chawla ji. He is the Director General of the DGAQA, Director General of Aeronautical Quality Assurance. He is a graduate in Mechanical Engineering and PGME from Delhi College of Engineering. Has 37 years of experience in quality assurance of military aviation stores. He is a member of various prestigious professional bodies and is a recipient of DRDO Agni Award for development of aero materials for various missile applications and DRDO Technology Award for development of JFS castings for LCA Tejas. He has also authored or published many technical publications and international papers. And now, the next our panelist is Arub Malik Saab. 1 minute. And he is the General Manager CS and Quality Assurance from HAL side. He has completed Bachelor of Engineering Metallurgy from Jadavpur University of Kolkata and PG Diploma in Marketing Management and IPMA Level C certificate holder. He took over as GM CS and QA at Corporate Office in July 2024 and is having domain knowledge and experience of more than 15 years in aerospace and defense. With an industry experience spanning over 30 years, Mr. Malik has worked at many levels across multiple industries in various capacities, including engineering, project management, and international marketing. Now, let us come to our topic. As you all are aware that during the next 40-45 minutes, we will be discussing with the industry Indian Military Airworthiness Bill, its provisions, and the thought process behind this bill. And as we know that military aviation involves elevated levels of risks as high level of maneuvers are required during the flying and all that. To eliminate or otherwise minimize the risks to the health and the safety of the personnel and property arising from operation of military air systems and airborne stores, various level of qualification testing and QA checks are integrated as part of the development cycle and production of these flying machines. And in order to reduce the time required for these processes, for airworthiness certification and QA during D&D and design and development, as well as production phases, this bill provisions the highest level of delegation and entrustment to the industry with provision of legal framework. This bill was drafted with inputs from various stakeholders and circulated for wide circulation amongst ministries also. The key objective of the bill is to facilitate growing military aviation industry sector and provide them appropriate autonomy in their operations. Provisions of financial penalty and legal action in the draft bill is to create deterrence for habitual offender and to avoid wrongdoing due to the high criticality of the product that is in the aircraft industry. Multiple meetings and iterations have been done in the draft IMA bill to make it industry friendly by taking into account the comments and suggestions received from all stakeholders and ministries. Now with this short brief of the panelists and the background about the bill, now I invite my colleague Shri Vinod Kumar, RD RCMA Lucknow, and Shri KD Bajaj, Director Aircraft DGK, to give detailed presentation of this subject. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to all of you. I will be briefly covering the draft Indian Military Airworthiness Bill. So, next slide, please. So, in the today military airworthiness ecosystem, we have two technical airworthiness authorities, namely SAMELAC and DGQA. SAMELAC is basically doing type design compliance with airworthiness criteria, and DGQA is responsible for product conformance to the specified requirements. Next slide, please. This is the role of DGQA and SAMELAC. You can see the across the product life cycle, the role, SAMELAC role starts from the beginning, and once it goes into production, DGQA roles comes into prominence. So, but during the whole PLC, SAMELAC and DGQA has different role to play. Now, as I told you that SAMELAC role is to have compliance to the design requirements, and this is done by ensuring design and test adequacy through reviews, analysis, and testing, whereas DGQA determines the conformity to the design, and then they ensure quality assurance through critical to quality stages, audits, and surveillances. Internationally, these two functions are with just one agency. Only we at in our Indian ecosystem, we are having two different organizations like SAMELAC and DGQA. Now I come to the need for legal airworthiness frameworks. Why this is required? Because our military ecosystem is growing in a big way, and the industry was looking for a lot of delegation and decentralization. Initially, so many discussion has happened at the ministry level. DGQA initiated with a scope of having delegation into the quality aspects functions. Then at the same time, SAMELAC brought DOAS scheme for non-critical systems. The senior level management at the MOD wanted that this delegation and decentralization need to be for the critical system also. So when we wanted this for critical system, there was need was filled that there needs to be some sort of legal coverage so as to have some deterrence that mistakes in the critical system shall not lead to catastrophe in the field utilization. So this way this started, and now as you can see that next slide, as you can see that we have started in the BAVAC in the year 2022-23, and this particular military airworthiness bill has gone through so many iterations. Like we have already forwarded to all the industry body, all the service users, and we have got feedback from there. First level interactions with the industry has happened in a collegiate meeting at SAMELAC, where so many industry, nearly 67 industry participated in that. We try to resolve their concerns, and the bill was again redrafted, and again it was recirculated. We had an interaction with all the all the services. Their concerns were again incorporated in the bill and recirculated. Now the present form, the bill is again recirculated to all the industries, and their comments has been received to us. We have already provided our answers to the industry. So those things, what all changes we have come from the initial draft of the bill to the current one, I'm going to cover that. So somebody asked, what are the drivers and objective of the bill? So as I feel that if we delegate or entrust something, it comes with a lot of responsibility, because we are dealing with a national security. So we thought that delegation and decentralization should not compromise the design and the quality aspects of that. So that's why the bill was required. Moreover, SAMELAC was in the process of going for DOS and DER, where DOS is basically will be given to the company where they have their own airworthiness group, and they will be certifying their design Whereas DER will be like concept of chartered accountant, where we will have experienced manpower working as a DEI, as a freelancer, or can be had by the industry, which will work for them. And the data given by the DOS group or the DER will be readily acceptable by SAMILAC. So for that, these two things, because these two things require a legal coverage, we thought of going for a legal military awareness by the act of a parliament. Because it requires to ensure compliance to the stipulated military awareness regulation and inter-military technical awareness requirements. It also ensure effective implementation of the legal framework for management of delegation of power under DOS and DRS schemes for SAMILAC, as well as AFQMS scheme for DGAQA. Next slide. This is the content of the bill. It is having the scope, the title, then establishment for DGAQA and SAMILAC, then entitlement and obligation of the organization subject to the provisions of the bill. Offenses, what are the offenses which can which can result into penalty, then what are the appeals, compounding procedures and all that. This is covered as a part of the bill. So we have circulated this bill twice to the industry, all whosoever concerned with the military ecosystems. And mostly these are the comments we got from the industry, like industry support. What the bill says that those industry who are not looking for the delegation, the status quo will remain same. GQA and SAMILAC will provide the complete coverage to them. Only this bill is applicable for those industries who are seeking delegation and decentralization. Now, delegation of power. So the delegation of power for SAMILAC is through two schemes, DOS and DRS schemes. For DOS and DRS schemes, we are planned to charge some money, and in case of violations, then we have procedures how those violations can be taken care of in a staircase approach. And for AFQMS, the same procedure will be done by DGQA. Coming to IPR protection, this IPR protection was a major concern of the industry. So we have provisions in the bill which says that the IPR will be protected by a procedure which should be mutually agreed between the TAA and the industry. Coming to punitive actions, there are a lot of observations come on the punitive actions. For SAMILAC part, most of the punitive action where monetary penalty is there, we have done away with. Now we are coming with a scheme where there will be a staircase approach for penalties, like for minor and major penalties. Next slide, please. Yeah. For minor and major penalty, we are not charging any monetary penalty. Only thing is, for first offense, we are going for warning, advisory and all. Second offense, we are from monetary charges, we are moving to back guarantee sort of a scheme, where if it is done for second time, we are going to encash the bank guarantee. And if it is getting repeated, the oversight is getting repeated again and again, then only in case of that, the blacklisting will be done. And whatever actions we are going to take, it is based on the recommendation of a committee. The SAMILAC is not going to take all these actions based on just whims and fancies. There is a committee who will evaluate it. Based on the committee recommendation, these all things will be done. But for severe and catastrophic category of violations, we are still keeping with some monetary penalty with provision of blacklisting the firm for certain years. Then for DER schemes, for DOS, we are charging certain amount because we want serious players to go for DOS. So we have graded it depending upon the design resources they are having. Like for less than 50 designers, there will be some money they have to give as a bank guarantee. For 50 to 100, there is one another category. Like that, we are putting 4 categories, and this money has to come in form of a bank guarantee. We are not charging the actual money. These bank guarantees will be in cash depending upon the recommendation of the committee if at all there is a violation or there is a habitual violations. Coming to DER, we are fixing a fixed amount of 2 lakh rupees for, this is still in a draft stage. Tomorrow if anything happens, we are open to revision of all these provisions. We are charging 2 lakh rupees from a DER. He will be given all the privileges for which he qualifies, and whatever privileges is given to him, whatever he does, DER signed report will be accepted by SAMILAC. So these are the 2 schemes for which we sincerely need from design side, this military awareness bill. Now I request my friend from DJQA to cover the DJQA portion.
Thank you, sir. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, a very good afternoon to each one of you. Vinod sir has covered a brief about the bill, and especially from the Semilex perspective, what content is there in the bill. From DGK's perspective, I will be just covering a little bit further. The philosophy of DGK, basically we give QA coverage in these three categories. The first is under DGK AFKMS system, which is approval of firms and is quality management system. This further, there are two types of categories. We keep our critical to quality stages, surveillance, audits, spot checks, etc. That are our tools and methodologies to monitor that QMS system is effective and operative. And the second is close to self-certification. Right now, this is applicable mainly for refineries where all processes are automated. So here, as per the bill, we are now planning to give enhanced delegation to the industry because our there is exponential growth in our Indian defense aviation sector. And we are planning to give some full autonomy or close to full autonomy to industries so that they can deliver on time and on quality product. Again, today's theme is also fast tracking of QA, so we are aligning with that theme. So just to save the time, and sometime there also maybe due to limited constraints and resources of DJK and Semilex, there might be some inordinate delays also. So just to take care of all those things, we are planning to give industries all these such privileges and enhanced delegation. But at the same time, there has to be some deterrence in the system and some accountability on the part of industry. So that's why this bill is planned to be introduced now. Second is our direct inspection by DJK. So like for GAC, Aeromed, etc. So we are involved right from inspection stages, from initial raw material to final product. This also can be further delegated and or enhanced delegation can be given based on this act or bill. That is the plan. Third category is not applicable. It's only joint capital acquisition or foreign acquisition, so that will be only restricted to PD and GRI. Okay, next please. Again, salient attributes mainly Vinod sir has covered, but just this is now, this bill will also be linked with our IMAP and IMTR, which is recently released, and all guiding documents will be linked. So basically detailed procedure will be defined in those documents. Still after the rule, we will come up with the rules. It is already under the preparation stage. So the elaborated procedure will be defined in the rules. It will also be circulated to the industries for their comments and for their satisfaction or confidence. All rest all punitive actions and like I told, some deterrence has to be there, so that is incorporated. Okay, next please. These now penalties and blacklisting, there's two aspects we were discussing. We have also taken cognizance of some international norms in this kind of thing, as well as DGCA Act. So based on those references, we have arrived at some penalties and for violation of the offenses. That will be covering the subsequent slide. And further, if anyone is aggrieved by the offenses, there is also provision for first appellate committee and second appellate committee to dispose of those grievances or offenses. Yeah, next please. Yeah, these are just indicative of what are the level of fines, like level 1 to 10 in DGCA Act. These are the figures roughly what to this extent they are charging in case of offenses or habitual habitual offender, sorry. Yeah, next please. Yeah, so based on this data, in the first draft we have deliberately introduced some higher level of penalties to put a high level of deterrence. Okay, but still there were serious concerns raised by industries to reduce it, as well as there was a suggestion from Ministry of MSMEs, for MSMEs especially it should be reduced. So finally we have rationalized all penalties and we have reduced it to bare minimum, which are indicated in the green now. This is in the revised draft. There are 4 categories: minor, majors, severe and catastrophic. The offenses and the penalties for individual as well as for the company is just indicated in this green, which are bare minimum, but just to keep some deterrence, it is required. One more concern was raised initially in the first draft. We had put a reference of for catastrophic cases, if it leads to loss of life or some partial or permanent disability or collateral damage, etc. DJK, based on the evidences, and if established, will be mandatory, referring to under respect to clauses of BNS, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. But that also is now done away with. We are just keeping quiet on that. No compulsory or mandatory BNS referring from our side. We are only right now restricting to some these minor penalties, which is now in content of the revised draft. So I hope it should be addressing the major concern of the industries and should be user friendly now. At the same time, interest of the user services also will be ensured based on this. Yeah, next please. Yeah, these are some. This draft was also circulated to various relevant ministries. Mainly, all ministries have given in principle approval or go ahead for this. These are the comments. Hardly any significant comment or any resistance is received from any ministry. Now, okay, next please. Yeah. So with this background and with this information, now the way forward is the first, this last updated bill was again circulated in the month of February 25. Comments are received. They are already, most of them are incorporated as the amendment in the bill. Still it's under analysis. Based on today's discussion also, Q&A session, any inputs if received today also, the same will be again put up to drafting committee for this bill and will be suitably incorporated. Still, if anyone has missed out these comments, I once again request that within next 15 days can be submitted by email to DJK, dirac.djk@gov.in. We will try to incorporate maximum possible what is feasible. That is last assurance. After that, we will be finalizing this draft and then we'll be further submitting to LA Defense and parallelly to Ministry of Legislation for approval and then till finally for the MOD approval. So this is the way forward. Thank you very much. Over to our esteemed panelists for further sessions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, boss. No, for a
Good morning. A brief overview has been given by both the colleagues from SEMILAC and DGAQA. You know, as our rate of growth of almost military aviation is more than 10%. There is a lot of thrust, more of private industries are coming, and that was the thought. And this was also, you know, our military aviation documentation procedures were audited by international consulting group. Based on the, you know, practices being followed in Western world, primarily in Europe, US and Australia. So on the similar lines, this was the task given to both DGAQ and SEMILAC to revive this. A lot of work has been done on this. Today also, we thought this is a current topic and we'll put it here and we seek your further suggestions in improving this bill. This bill should be taken more as a deterrent to avoid misuse by deliberate misuse for the powers which we'll be delegating to industry. It should not be taken as, you know, as a more as a, not as a punishment to the industry, but more as a deterrent to avoid any rogue elements, a few of them. Because we are in military aviation, since failure is not an option for us, so it's a kind of a deterrent which is prevalent in most of the foreign countries, where we can delegate to a large level post this availability of this bill. So with this, we invite all the, you know, suggestions, question answers. We are here, both SEMILAC and all, to resolve this. Thank you.
any question and answers, please? Questions? Okay. Yeah. Sure. Please, in the second row.
Good afternoon. My name is Vikas Khita. I am from L&T. Here in this forum, I am actually representing SIDM. Now, SIDM has, even on the revised draft, SIDM has pointed out its comments. They've been submitted. But for the benefit of the panel, thought I'll touch upon some of them. So one, there appears to be a serious conflict of interests. SEMILAC, DRDO are both the, pardon my use of the term, but judge, jury, executioner. That won't work. So you are doing the verification, doing the certification, etc., and also the penalization. So it has to be under a different body. Second, a level playing field is sought. In our view, the domestic defense manufacturers, our view is, in its current, even the revised form, the bill tends to favor international players. So a level playing field is sought there. Third, the penalties. There's been some reduction, but one has to take a slightly larger view, because as you get into more complex systems, you will have larger players, larger groups getting into it. I won't start naming the groups here, but we understand who the large industrial houses are in India. Now, when you say X percentage of their turnover, their defense business, and within the defense business, the aviation business is just a small fraction, but you want to penalize them on the entire turnover. So that's obviously not going to work, right? So there are, like this, there are a whole lot of issues which remain unresolved. Mr. Chawla, since I've had the opportunity to meet you here today, I thought with your permission, maybe Ramesh, who's the Director General of SIDM, he and I can come over to your office as per your convenience. We'll explain our concerns. We are all for stringent quality. We are all for strict deterrence. We are all for that. But what we are also pushing for is, let's not suppress the genuine innovators. Let's not suppress the spirit of Atmanirbharta. Because there are entire groups who have gone into semiconductors, etc., so that, the issues of the future, even the present, we are in a better position to support the armed forces and the national security establishment. So let's not do things which will set us a few years back. So I won't get into, naming all the issues here, and I'm sure you'll have other queries. But Mr. Chawla, I'd like to seek an appointment and come and meet you.
Thanks for SIDM has been giving us all the inputs, and that's what as we go through the journey, a lot of iterations and changes have taken place. Now to just answer your three queries, the first one you of course raised that semi-like part of DRDO development and all, it's a conflict of interest. Anyway, I think some changes are in the offing probably, and I think my colleague C semi-like may like to throw more on that. And this has been the practice, and these are the two independent bodies. Unlike in land systems and naval system, we have two, there is a design certification as well as the product certification. And this is a world over norms. In India also, DGCA, civil aviation, they carry out both the semi-like portion, the design certification as well as the quality assurance, as also they do for pilots and ATC as well. So this is the norms which internationally follow. Coming to your second question, you see, this bill has been to give you more level of autonomy and higher level of delegation. It is nowhere restricting you or penalizing to you. I think in the presentation, maybe it is somehow missed. They are giving you the option to take design organization approval, approving your own designers to certify the design aspects, wherein you will reduce time. You may not be semi-like, will be giving you higher level of delegation so that the thing can be faster, you will save time, money and energy. That is the option given to you. Nowhere it is mandatory that you have to take it. So in that sense, it should not be taken as a punitive that it is anti this. As regards your one issue that it is favoring foreign companies, I mean, in one of the presentations has come out, it is not applicable to the foreign products. It is only applicable for the indigenous industries per se. But if any Indian company is coming and they want to take benefit of this higher level of delegation, both from semi-like and DGAQA, then only this will be applicable. I'll request my C semi-like to further, clarify.
Good morning to all of you. I would like to give a brief background of how this bill has evolved. To start with, we never wanted this bill. We started way back in 22, we gave the design organization approval scheme for non-safety critical items. And when I presented this, Honorable RM has given this, and a lot of big industries have come. Basically, DOS, though we have not put it in black and white, it is meant for big industries where they have robust processes, robust human resources. There's something called airworthiness group, and we have not tried to innovate something new. We studied the DOS processes of EASA, FA and others, and we try to customize, I'll not say dilute, I'll say optimize it. One suggestion to all the big industries is, go to an industry who has gone through the certification process of FA and EASA, following the DOS process. Any process which we have added over and more above, if you feel we are more stringent in your punishments and all, I'll withdraw that clause. protocols. But my request is go to an industry. In multiple industry interaction seminars Semilac held, we try to do that. There are some industries, I personally interacted with the EASA, FA groups, we have invited them, we have taken their inputs. And we have called the industries, like some of them have taken FA certification. I brought them onto the stage and asked them to explain their experience vis-a-vis foreign regulatory bodies and what we are trying to propose. So we have optimized and diluted our regulatory processes, and nowhere in the world any regulatory body has incorporated 4 major reforms. I think I request all the industry. First is we have taken the staircase approach. That means in the R&D phase we are giving you multiple concessions. In limited series production we slowly tighten the amount of concessions, and in series production only we give you zero tolerance. Nowhere in the world no regulatory body has given this option. The second option we are trying to give is tailoring of standards. Nowhere in the world they allow tailoring of standards. The third important thing is coming to your thing that conflict of interest. One is empathy or favor to our parent organization, and the other is IPR violation. These are the 2 resolutions why you have this concern. The first is we have given statistics to the restructuring committee also. The amount of type approvals or whatever approvals which are given for induction of a system or technology, our clearances for DRDO are hovering around 10%, HAL is around 35%, BEL is around 20 to 28%, and industries are around 42%. So basically in the R&D phase, because DRDO has more R&D projects, it seems to be that we are giving concessions, but it no way from the profits, from IP or scale of economy, it is harming the interests of non-DRDO because the concessions ends in the R&D phase. So none of their products will get inducted with the concessions. That is the first. Coming to the IPR, now in the new bill, we have very clearly written, if you see, we started something called non-intrusive certification. Nowhere in the world, again, no regulatory body does it. If you see any FAA EASA certificate, there is a disclaimer at the bottom of the certificate, any data which deems to be fit for the air accident investigation in the entire product life cycle definition from birth to tomb, the agency is liable to share it. Now to address further your concerns of IPR violations, because the IPR legal framework in our country is not so robust, we have said there will be an empowered committee which will go into. See, this fines is a 3rd level of framework. First is there will be an air incident or accident. Then the Army, Air Force, Navy, Aviation will constitute a committee. Then they will say there is a potential oversight. Then they will refer to another committee of technical experts, because it will be humanly impossible today with the kind of knowledge base and database we have in our country to put pen to paper and say these are the 3 pointers and these are the subsystems and these are the oversights. It's humanly impossible. So even after that, we are giving the benefit of doubt. If the empowered committee says that this vendor or this customer, this intentional oversight or fudging of data recommendation, then only Semilac and DGQA comes into picture and this bill is relevant. So 99.99% of the thing, I'll be very happy, and I'm pretty sure this bill will never be applicable. It is more like a deterrent. So you should understand, we don't want this bill. If DOS industry wants only for non-safety critical bill, we want to withdraw the bill. It is only where I want to extend this to mission and safety. One more thing I understood with my various industry interactions, the big industries where they have huge airworthiness groups, they want reduction of stage gating approach where Semilac DGQA participants are involved. We have very limited resources, 80 scientists are there in thing. It was not being possible for us to go and check and validate at every stage. So we wanted to give the delegation to that. With all your thing, when we started DOS 3 years back, big agencies like ADA also are not in a position to qualify for the DOS process. They are doing a lot of modifications and changes. So the first thing is, I have not put it in black and white, not to undermine the capability of small industries. First generation of airworthiness, this I am not speaking as Semilac, as a designer I am speaking. Don't ask for delegation. You do not have the requisite, because after 30 years of doing all the crimes, we have got this maturity what not to do in aerospace. So I'm talking as a designer. So my sincere, earnest request is, first generation of industries, don't ask. It is the interest of your financial viability and economic viability, I'm suggesting this. But however, we cannot be discriminating against the small scale industries. So we started this concept of designated engineering representatives. Because we are only 80, we are not able to give the kind of time to all the industries and the awareness of the human resources you hire. Partly it is our mistake. We should have created this process maybe 5-10 years back. We are found wanting in our reforms speed and quantum. Now we trying to adapt this concept of DER. It is nowhere there in the world in military airworthiness. It is there only in civil aviation. So we invited FAA regulators and DER consultants. Last 2 years we have been consultations with them. We are creating the first batch of DERs. This also I put up a file to Defense Secretary and Secretary R&D to subsidize this first batch of DERs so that we create a talent pool. The companies can hire them as company DERs or individual DERs, and without any economic liability, we will try to, basically they'll bring some level of maturity. Before the documents come to me, they ensure that it reaches the level of maturity what is asked for a design adequacy organization. So it will help you in compressing the time delays, because that is the biggest complaint against CEMILAC. So this whole process is to empower you, not to punish you. Third thing is we are starting something called certification assurance level to resolve the capability, the airworthiness, understanding, and the resources that are in place. On a scale of 1 to 10, we are saying the first generation designers who have started a startup R&D phase, it's humanly impossible for them to meet them the airworthiness requirements. But still I want them to fly in the aircraft, because without that the DGQ will not give the clearance. So we are saying something on a scale of 10, we will say 3 out of 10. Seeing that they know this product, he has been given some concessions, and it is good enough for R&D to be flown in restricted, segregated airspace only. Without this staircase approach, it is impossible for an infant to run a marathon. So all of you should understand, worldwide they had a head start. The TRL levels for the design, manufacturing, testing in Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 is very high. Unfortunately, in our country, most of you are first generation. There is nothing wrong. We also learned the hard way. So we thought collectively we should create that awareness. So this DOS, DR, through this process, we want to create that awareness among the private industries. To start with, we want to give the delegation only where they have done products, at least 1 or 2 products where the certification assurance level is 4 to 5 or 5 to 6, which are fit for LSP. So whoever has not gone through this airworthiness certification of at least this level of robustness, anyway you will not withstand the scrutiny of the DOS and DR process. So it will be a fait accompli that you will not get much of delegation for safety critical application. 3 to 4 years when I give you delegation for non-safety, if you have an incident-free record of 1 to 3, 4 years, next we will upgrade you to give you more privileges to empower you for mission critical application. And then a 3-4 more years of incident-free or accident-free record, then only you will be upgraded for getting the delegation power for safety critical. So the probability of this bill applicability of the record I am saying is 1 in 10 power minus 9 to all the small scale industries. So most of your concerns are unfounded. And this bill, we have done so many reforms, I am losing all the goodwill because of this one bill. We never wanted, I have been forced into, because when the Ministry of Defense asked me why you are not delegating and empowering for safety critical, I said, because if I don't have a legal framework, there are black sheep in every organization, we have a potential, we may end up loss of life or collateral damage, like especially unmanned, the future is unmanned. If any UAV becomes rogue, it falls in a village, there will be a loss of civilian lives. If you see NPC, if you see US-India, the whole thing got problem into liabilities were not defined. And second thing is, I can't delegate my brief and mandate and authority as a government servant to a private industry without the bill. Third thing is, if you see in CEMILAC bill, design adequacy is my responsible and I'll be liable and accountable and CCS rules. We will not punish you. We have removed that formulas and all the sentences where RD, CE are empowered, we have removed it. We have set a committee of experts where the committee is constituted with reps from Army, Air Force, Navy, SIDM, FICCI reps, and CEMILAC DGQ reps. It will be based on the recommendation of this empowered committee. These committees formation, we could not bring it in the act because they are supposed to be in the bill. Now, just to address your concerns, we have started circulating the rules also. We use this time. So in the rules, what this committee constitution is, literally if you see, CEMILAC has 0 powers in deciding who should be punished. The decision of who should be punished will be an outcome of all these empowered committees where all of you have equal representation. And then we have created 2-3 levels of ombudsman
or redressal mechanism where you can question. Third is absolute fines I have done away with. I'm a designer, I understand under what constraints all of you work with. So the third most important is the request for IPR information from the industry will be sought only when the empowered committee feels that information is required for the way forward for the air accident investigation. And second, a NDA will be signed between the two agencies who will use the data and who is sharing the data. Subject to this only the data will be shared.
So we'll have to be cognizant of time. We have 5 minutes left.
Any other question, please?
Hello.
Yes. Request you to keep your question crisp.
Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Reggie George from MRF Limited. The bills empowers seeking proprietary as well as non-proprietary data in case of any investigation. How do you ensure that the data is protected?
So I forgot one more point. It's good you repeated the question. Today, all of you are sharing information in a hard copy where the traceability and controllability of access to documents is very difficult. So last month only, 2 months back, Honorable RRM, we have launched the e-certification portal, which is with encryption and security, CIRA SAG certified. We have access controls over that. Third, nowadays we have stopped seeking information wherever there is potential IP and protection until and unless the process control design has to be there. We have done this with MRF itself. The process control document, which is nothing but designed for rubber, we, Similac, DGQ and designers sat together, we have baselined the design, we signed and we said you can keep it in your digital locker. That information will be sought if I have a continuous failures in the landings of Sukhoi MRF tires. Then only we'll seek. Now you tell me which air accident investigation body in the world can put pen to paper and say this is the flaw, this is the oversight. They need the baseline design and they have to cross-check that batches of production which has gone through it. Was there any dilution of the quality or the ingredients, that's all. And fourth thing is NDA we are signing. You know NDA can withstand the scrutiny of any legal cell in the court.
Yeah, one more question. The bill says DOAS is not mandatory. What about AFQMS?
In case of Similac, of course, it is optional. But in our air systems, these are being complex stores, and it is not humanly possible that you will be involved from raw material stage to sub-assembly, final assembly, flight. So in that stage, in fact, whatever level of certification the industry is giving with regards to raw material in processing, to that extent, they are liable wherever they are giving certification to that extent. In case of any defect investigation, incident investigation, accident investigation, so in that case, in case of AFQMS, definitely this will be to the extent of certification given by the approved inspectors, which are approved by the DGAQA, so that bill will be applicable. That is what is our suggestion. Now, Prasad Sahab has already said, we have started certifying the process documents, drawings, to avoid any APR at the firm's place itself. They are kept there, whether it's a hard copy or a soft copy in a sealed envelope. Only during inspection by the batch inspection when our officers, or during audit or defect investigation, then only our officers will have access to those IPR parameters for the purpose of that work. So this is to avoid, IPR infringement.
Just to add to what he said, we have started 3 centers in Similac. This is not my brief and mandate. The biggest IP violation today happens in software and firmware. And when I have to do an IB&B of a safety critical software, you have to give me the source code for 100% coverage. As a designer, I understood there have been leakages, there are black sheep in every organization. Now we have started a software center for testing in Similac building. You can bring your code. If you have the requisite resources, we'll come to your place. I know small industries cannot afford neither these tools nor the costly human resource of software testing. We have created both. Just come with your team with a CD, we'll write the test cases, you demonstrate to us and take back the CD. So the 60% of IP violation happens in software. The second is firmware. We have started a firmware center for testing. The manpower required to use the tools also, CMM level 5 I have hired. This is just like a corporate system to do handholding to you. Third, system safety criticality analysis is very important. That also I know you don't have the resources. I bought the tools and manpower to come and help you. Last 1 year, we have helped close to 38 industries. My brief and mandate is to do the design inspection, but we are doing the coaching, handholding, empowering करना है हमारा काम. अभी batting, bowling, fielding, coaching सब कर रहे हैं.
to address your major concern of IP. I can say with 90% confidence after all these reforms, if you, schematic, if you take electronics, we have done away with the process of you sharing the schematic. Just give me silk screen, solder mask and BOM. The idea of DGQA doing the kit inspection to ensure spurious components is ensured and your IP also is protected. Now I'm like a positive challenge, show me any process left which still is not addressing your concern of IPR. I'll remove that process, that rule from IMAP document and IMAP bill. Please put fur and read and I will remove it. That is my positive healthy challenge to all of you.
Thank you so much. I would like
Sir,
to request Sri Kapoor to kindly wrap the discussion because we are extremely short of time.
Sir, just presenting the industry as a whole. Sir, see, operators and the users, they use a lot of storages, lot of servicing and all those things, but they are not covered. Those are the things which is very critical.
Sir, this is something called Maintenance Organization Approval Scheme.
Yeah.
You should understand 30 years there were no reforms. After I took over 5 years, we have rushed through 9 reforms. Yeah. We have only 80 scientists, so Maintenance Organization Approval Scheme will come in the next stage of reforms.
Okay, understand.
We are already struggling to implement these reforms.
Yeah. And another thing, sir, it's good to have that committee, penalty and all, independent committee, everything is nice, but when we go through, sir, there is one habitual offense. So it creates little bit of subjectivity, sir. Sir, whether we can spell out frequency. I have seen that revision.
No, sir. In the bill, I'll give the resolution what you are seeking. First offense, we are giving a warning. Second offense, PBG, we are thing. Third offense, we are blacklisting them.
Okay.
That's all. And if you feel subject to Army, Air Force, Navy, allowing more dilution of this bill without compromising their safety, I'm willing to do that. You should understand, whatever changes I do, the other agency should, tomorrow, if this leads to inordinate delays in the air accident investigation and empowering the people to punish, it will be a toothless bill, and all of you kindly understand, we do not want to empower ourselves with more powers. We have enough powers which we don't hardly exercise in the Indian environment. You are giving a false sense of security to the nation, and your product will be used after 10-15 years, and imagine on that day it doesn't work. The creation of this entire infrastructure and government spending hundreds of thousands of crores will be null and void. So I request all of you to keep this one point at the back of your mind before you seek further dilution of this bill.
Thank you, sir.
Just to add that, 1 second.
So we have extremely run out of time. If Mr. Kapoor could please wrap it up, I would request you.
And the questions that were raised were very good, and they were well answered by C. Samilac and DGAQA, and we appreciate that. And there's no इसको डर की तरह मत देखो कि it is for only who seeks the delegation. It is for him only, not for who is not seeking. We are there already there for helping them. If we are already inspecting their quality QA processes and all that, we are there then it is not required. It is only if you need the higher level of delegation, then only it is required. If you miss on something, then only it is applicable. Otherwise, it is not. I think our panelists have answered the questions well, and I thanks for all the panelists, sir. Fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shri S.K. Kapoor, Additional DG, DGAQA, and all the esteemed panelists for a very enlightening session. I would request Shri Kapoor to kindly present the memento to our panelists. Shri APVS Prasad, sir, please come forward. Shri Sanjay Chawla. Shri Arup Malik. Now I would request Shri Sanjay Chawla to present a memento to the moderator, Shri Kapoor. Now I request all the panelists to kindly come forward for the group photograph, please. Thank you so much for a very candid conversation and discussion on Indian Military Airworthiness Bill. And before we slip into our third session of the day, I would like to remind you that Honorable Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji would be joining us as the chief guest for today's National Quality Conclave at 4 p.m. The revised agenda for the program is on the screen. Do have a look. Because of the last minute change, we've had to make some changes, and here is the revised program for the day. We have already done 2 thought-provoking sessions, and the third session is about to begin in a moment from now. Our esteemed panelists and moderator are already here, and we'll take a couple of minutes to kindly arrange the stage for the next discussion. The next discussion is on the topic of leveraging technology to surmount gaps in indigenization of explosives and ordnance. This is the esteemed panel that we are about to have on the stage, being moderated by Dr. Garima Bhagat. I think the highlight of the platforms like these is that the transformative dialogues happen very candidly, like we just saw. It gives an opportunity to industry partners and others to raise pertinent questions. And with this, I would like to invite our esteemed moderator, Dr. Garima Bhagat, Joint Secretary, Land Systems, Defense Production, Ministry of Defense, kindly to join us as moderator on the stage. The panelists for this session are Shri K.K. More, IOFS General Manager, AFK Pune. Commodore S.K. Patel, retired Consultant Advisor Quality at Solar Defense and Aerospace Limited, Nagpur. We also have with us Brigadier M. K.K. Iyer, Sena Medal retired, Vice President and Head of Ammunition at Bharat Forge Limited, Pune. Commodore V.K.P. Pathak, Comptroller of Naval Armament, Ordnance Factory, Pune, and Dr. Ramkrishna Upadhyay, Controller, CQAME, Pune. I would like to give a brief introduction about our illustrious moderator, Dr. Garima Bhagat, Joint Secretary, Land Systems. Dr. Bhagat is a B.Tech Gold Medalist, M.Tech, M.A. Economics, LLB Gold Medalist, and a Ph.D. with distinction from IIT Delhi. She is an IRS officer of 1996 batch. She secured first rank in Engineering Services Exam, UPSC 1994. She has held several significant positions within the Central Board of Direct Taxes and various ministries. In 2024, Dr. Bhagat was awarded the prestigious National Award for Meritorious Service by the Finance Minister. She has authored several research papers in leading international journals, as well as 3 books on taxation, and has been a regular visiting faculty member at various apex educational and training institutions. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to everyone, to the esteemed panel members and members of the audience. So we are a few minutes late into this third panel discussion. So I think without much ado, we can right away go ahead. This extremely important, particularly in the current scenario, session is about leveraging technology to surmount gaps in indigenization of explosives and ordnance. This session is anchored by DG NAI. It is, of course, very relevant across all services and across the industry. I would now introduce the panel members. Shri K.K. Maurya, General Manager in Ammunition Factory, Khadki. He has a rich and varied experience in the field of supply chain management, public procurement, R&D, armored vehicles, weapons, and small arms ammunition. Commodore Patel, retired, has more than 4 decades of experience in the field of armaments and explosives. He served in the Naval Armament Inspection Cadre of the Indian Navy. Prior to joining the Solar Defense and Aerospace in 2017 as Consultant Advisor Quality, he was the Director at the Directorate of Quality, Reliability and Safety at DRDO Headquarters. Brigadier retired MKK Iyer served in the Corps of Army Air Defense, commanded a unit in the Southern Command and a brigade in the Southwestern Command. He has been very actively involved in various critical operations, Operation Pavan, Operation Bajrang, Operation Parakram, to name a few. After his superannuation, he was a senior advisor at the CII and is currently the VP and head of ammunition at Bharat Forge. Commodore Pathak is presently serving as a controller and overseeing the production of ordnance and explosive stores at the ordnance factories prior to the induction into the Indian Navy. He has held various key postings at Naval Headquarters, NAI units, head of faculty at Millet, Pune, with vast experience across various sectors. Dr. R.K. Upadhyay is presently the CQA Military Explosives. With 3 decades of experience in quality assurance of explosives and propellant, he has a rich repertoire of 22 publications in various journals of repute. And I have been briefed that he has an encyclopedic knowledge on various aspects, particularly a database on compatibility assessment of various non-explosive materials with contact explosives. So this is the rich experience which the panel brings before the audience. And today's discussion, we will steer it across certain critical aspects which will include, firstly, the identified gaps in the indigenization of explosives and ordnance stores, the usage of emerging and disruptive technologies in this domain, developing HR and upskilling of manpower towards handling and utilizing emerging technologies, and policy imperatives towards induction and assimilation of critical and emerging technologies by DPSU, by private industry in this domain. So I will now probe into the experience of the panel members. Firstly, let me begin with Shri Maurya. So MIL, we all know, is currently a leader in the domain of explosives and ammunition. With having this leadership position, how do you plan that MIL will, what is the road ahead for ammunition and explosives in our country? How do you foresee that India becomes self-reliant and also becomes an able exporter in the years ahead?
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I am thankful to you to give this opportunity. So first, I will answer that what is the gap right now. So as far as data is concerned, if you go through the details, in 2014, our export was approximately 682 crore, which has increased in this year, 24-25, to more than 23 crores. Now our target for the 2020-29 or 29-30, it is approximately 50,000 crore. So from today, within 4 to 5 years, we have to double our production and our export. At the same time, as far as production is concerned, our target for 2025 means Ministry of Defense, Government of India has taken resolution that approximately $25 billion production has to be done in 2025 and more than 3 lakhs crore in up to 2029-30. So this much the enhancement in the production as well as in the export, certainly there would be certain gaps as far as technology part is concerned. So I would like to tell here that whatever the capacity worldwide is available right now, the total capacity booked for the explosives and propellants are up to 2032. So we can visualize, even if we are enhancing our target, how and from where we will be able to bridge this gap of explosives and propellants. So certainly only there are certain technologies or certain ways by which we can bridge this gap. So first one is, if you see at present in India, the capacity available related to specifically, I will tell about the propellants, because every ammunition, it requires propellant, and explosive is certainly the second part of that one. But as far as propellant part is concerned, let it be single base, double base or triple base, really our country is in acute shortage. So what I will just would like to tell here with the industry members are also here that the facilities available in our country are of very vintage age. So that requires revamping first, because if we are going to get new technology or new plant and machineries, right now if you give the order, you will not get in less than 3 to 4 years. So only the thing is that our country industry, let it be SMEs or MSMEs and startups, if they are coming forward, certainly the existing old these plants that can be revamped and our production can be increased to the desired level, or at least we will be able to bridge the gap. The second one, what I would like to tell here that you see in every industry the plant and machineries, the equipments, that in our country the development is there, R&D is there, people are buying it. Even in the weapon, if you see, we are having sufficient manufacturer in terms of lathe, auto lathe machine and vertical machining center, and every facilities we are having in our country are to certain extent. But at the same time, if you see as far as explosive part is concerned, its manufacturing, then you will find that none of the, let it be industry, let it be DPSUs or other industries, no one is investing any kind of R&D, how to manufacture the equipment. Just you see the propellant manufacturing, the plants are very big. So until unless we are not having our indigenized capabilities to develop the plant and machineries, really the gap, whatever we are having right now, as I told that even in our country, we are having capacity book up to 2029 and country worldwide this up to 2032. So only the possibility is if the industry, MSMEs and startups are coming forward, first by using your industry 4.0, either IoT or AI based, the existing system, if we are able to revamp, certainly our gap, the required gap will be reduced. And at the same time, I invoke from the industry and other DPSUs that if it is possible, please certainly do R&D in developing plants, not only the product. In the field of product, we are doing reverse technology and other things. Even ammunition factory Khadki has also developed so many items with the help of NAI. Even the LRCR, MRCR, SRCR, RGB, all 100% indigenization has been done. And as far as Munitions India Limited is concerned, more than 95% items we have indigenized, only we are depending for 5% import. So the question whatever ma'am has asked, that the technology revamping is certainly required, R&D in this field is required, and not only in the terms of capacity creation or the productivity increase, in terms of safety also. As far explosives and propellant are concerned, they are very prone to unsafe practices. So if there is, the industries are coming forward to give the solution how the production or the process can be made safe. So certainly that will increase the morale of our workforces and the productivity can also be increased. So with all these helps from the industry side, we'll certainly be able to bridge the gap.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Maurya. You rightly indicated the role of technology in taking the ammunition and explosives industry to the next level now. With this and on this, I would now request Commodore Patel. If you have a presentation, can you please keep it for around 3 minutes only? Because considering the time. Yeah, so what I would like you to share with the audience is the practical applications of how you think that technology will enable not only in increasing the quality, also related aspects of productivity and safety. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Garima, the panel chairman, my co-panelist, and all the dignitaries sitting here. It's an honor and privilege to be here in this afternoon to participate in the National Quality Conclave. And I'm really thankful to the committee, and in particular DGNI, to have me in this panel to share my experience on behalf of Solar Defense and Aerospace Limited, which is formerly known as Economic Explosive Limited. Next. We want to be the global leader in explosive, the industrial as well as the military explosive, with the full focus on quality, reliability, and safety. Next slide. Today, in 30 years, we have become a $10 billion market cap in the industry with this kind of achievement, and we have already an order of 11,000 crores on the military defense for the rockets and other things working for the next 10 years. So you can imagine the kind of development, what we have done for last so many 10, actually this defense unit started in 2010. So whatever experience we have got, I'll just tell what are things we are doing to achieve the higher quality. Next. Basically, we are showing some of the ammunition here, but it takes so many ranges like the bombs, anything you name about the explosives, the HMX, RDS, TNT, we are one of the largest manufacturers in the world, and they all sorts of ammunitions. We are the first one in the country as a private industry to manufacture ammunition that is multi-mode hand grenades. As you see, 2,000 acres area, the most integrated ammunition facility we have got, where under one roof, testing as well as everything is available. Next. Here you can see some of the facilities, the composite propellant plant, the high energy materials like RDS, HMX, TNT, the ammunition firing facility, everything is automated. The HMX, RDS, TNT is fully SCADA and PLC approved with all the interlocks. So that means the safety is taken care of, the production is taken care of, everything. So already we are into the industry. You cannot say 4.0, but 3.0 and above. Next. Now coming to the point what was given to me, the leveraging the technology to surmount gaps in indigenization of explosive and ordnance. This is my pet subject because I've been working for the last 44 years. 32 years in the Navy as a naval armament inspection, 6 years as Director of Quality, Reliability, Safety in the DRDO, and last 7 years with this. That is the development phase. Now the production phase also I am part of the quality head in SDL as a consultant. Okay, if you see what to achieve, the crucial, what is the crucial technology we can have to achieve for self-reliance, there are some factors I've already brought out here. The strengthening of the indigenous R&D. I don't know how many other people are investing. We have a majority, very high grade of things. Like I can just share with you that our chairman, without a single order on us for the last 15 years, have hundreds of crores they've invested. If anybody has visited our factory, can see the quality and the class of facilities, what has been developed for the manufacturing. and the processes. Here, one important point in the indigenous R&D, the testing facility. If we are manufacturing explosive and the weapon systems, the ordnance, you have to have a specific facility, because every time I can't run to LPR Khamare or PXC Balasore or somebody else. Otherwise, the time, efforts, everything will be too much delays. So we have developed our own test facilities. There's a test range arena where we have got all the high explosive test arena, the LMS, the loitering munition testing, the 30 mm ammunition testing, and we are also going for the next generation testing also there. Then you have the strategic partnership. Then you have the partnership with all other industries and academia and the government collaborations, and the specific challenges. See, when you go for this production of any defense product, the cost competitiveness is very, very important. If you are not cost competitive, naturally you will not be able to be anywhere. Then the critical components. When you manufacture the critical components, what is the reliability? In defense, nothing is less than 99. Or 3 sigma level, you have to have more than 19% of the reliability. So how to achieve it? So all these things need to be factored in when you are developing your facilities. Then underwater weapons, all the sensors for the missiles. So India can significantly reduce the dependence on foreign suppliers once we achieve, why this conclave today to introduce Industry 4.0, QA 4.0, because if we make our product best with the cost competitiveness, we will be the world leader. From becoming a net importer, we are going to be an exporter to the whole world. Next. Some of my experience, next 2 minutes I'll tell you. The multi-mode hand grenade, which was developed by TBR Chandigarh, lingering. So when I took over as Director of Quality and Reliability Safety in 2014, I was told by my chairman, DRDO, that before goes to any user trials, you have to have an internal trial process and clear it. So I was made the head. So together we did, and by 2016, we are successful in doing in Kubbara, Fartina Brigade, high altitude, Suratgarh, then we have JK rifles in Jabalpur, all tests. I'm meeting the requirement of multi-mode was reliability 95%. We will be able to achieve 97, 98%. Having done that, it is done by the DRDO. Then what about the production agencies? Then it was given to production agencies, the SDAL now, which was EEL, and they developed and taken the technology, they made it. And subsequently, when the trial was done, again we repeated the test at Changu, field firing Nathula, again Suratgarh, and all places. And when we are doing this, there are 2 challenges came. One is this composition, pyro composition, because the time given by the army was 3.5 to 4.5 seconds. It is sacrosanct that it cannot be very varied. The time delay has to be that much. So in -20 and +55, how do you achieve that kind of a temperature, delay? So it has to be temperature insensitive. We had to develop smart material. We did that. Then when you make a multimeter, there are 70, 80 components are there. How to ensure that it will definitely function in particular? So we introduce X-ray 100% in 2 angles and include the AI, artificial intelligence, by taking each component, scanning it, putting it intelligence, so that each multi-mode hand grenade was tested through the AI process. By this, we could be able to achieve more than 99. I can happy to say almost 99.8% during the testing of supplying 10 lakh, 1 million of multi-mode hand grenades we have given to the Indian Army within 2 years of time, which completed in 2023. Subsequently, again, the next order has come, and we are going to further improve it upon now by making the timing, all the system, pyro delay, everything is being done now with the automation. Next comes the 30 mm. 30 mm, what happened was the fuses.
Commodore Patel, may I request you to just take us through the main points in 2 minutes, 1 to 2 minutes.
Right,
we do not have more time.
Okay, so now here in 30 mm also, we developed the test facility and we introduce all the testing and other facilities. Now, third is the LMS. There also, why I am putting the importance on the test facility, because unless you have a good test facility, now recently on 12th of April, PM has inaugurated our test facility of 1.25 kilometers range. We are going to supply the LMS, the mail and other class of things. So now, what is the way forward? The way forward is, as I said, we have to invest in R&D, number one. After a lot of money like we have done, and then come to the government facilitation. Government has to support us, and he has to actually give us all the private sectors the opportunity for doing more and more work. And then the export strategy. The government also should support for the export strategy, so that like we have already got an opportunity to export some of the rockets. But similarly, they should also tell. And then interaction, the OEM, if you have any interaction with them. Now, having said that, the complete, already you have heard the 4.0 internet thing and things. Now, with this experience, what we should do? To well begun is half the job done. Now, gentlemen, at SDL, we have already started this process for making like 30 mm ammunition, complete automation system we are establishing by next month, and it will make about 5 lakhs of that with the high quality, with all statistical data process, all manufacturing process will be captured by the SCADA, everything, and all the analysis will do, and even the firing has been automated so that our firing data is integrated to that. We should be able to make a quality product by introducing what you call it, quality 4.0. So it's on the process, like in the HMS, other things, and I'm sure in next few months we should be able to do this and introduce it further and further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with this now, let us move on from explosives to ordnance manufacturing, and I would now request Brigadier Iyer, VP and Head of Ammunition in Bharat Forge. Bharat Forge has emerged as an impressive exporter also. So please share how technology, what are the best practices which you have used in employing technology for achieving global quality?
Thank you, Dr. Bhagat. This slide will tell you as to a few things which we have made. So I don't have to tell you about Bharat Forge. So what I will talk about is, in the few minutes that has been given to me, I will talk about how and what we have done on a few products. And I will leave it to you as to how you can take from it how we have used this Industry 4.0. Let's face one big fact in case of ammunition and ordnance is you have to produce the same thing again and again and again and again as far as quality is concerned. So let's talk about our product called Garuda. Garuda is nothing much but just the 105 field gun, which we have used a technology called light recoil. Now light recoil again is not a modern technology. The physics part of it is old. But how we have made use of an OEM in the United States and put it onto this gun, what it has helped is to reduce the recoil, thereby reducing the weight of the gun. We have made it and put it on a 4x4 vehicle, which has seen the length and breadth of this country and also the height of this country. So this helps us in having the entire system onto a 4x4 vehicle with the ammunition and the crew, all part of it. It actually impressed the special forces in Saudi Arabia, and that is the part of it which we are moving towards into 155, 52 also with a light recoil. Another aspect is in this Garuda, we can control this recoil in 5 stages. That is from zone 1 to zone 5 firing. Coming to the next product, which you all know, is the ATAGS. Now in the case of ATAGS, of course the design was from DRDO. However, we utilized our experiences and brought down the muzzle, which was in 5 parts, that is 5 welding. We brought it out to single welding with the forging route, with sheet metal. And second aspect is that today we can fire zone 7 ammunition in ATAGS, which is not there existing with anybody. That is possible because we produce our own steel. So we could manufacture the steel in such a fashion that the chamber pressure for such an action was possible. Lastly, I'll come to our new family of mines which is yet to be introduced into the Corps of Engineers. It has been tested. Now mines, I'll talk about Vibhav, which is shown here. Mines cannot be used or tested frequently. It has to be stored for a period of, let's say, 10 years. So therefore, it's very important to have the traceability of the various parts, which we have developed a web-based application. With one single scan, you get the entire data of each product and each part which comes into it. And the similar aspect we have utilized for our Arjun ammunition for the first time. Based on the DRDO drawings, we were able to achieve a lot of success. I'm proud to say that our product, which we had supplied as industry first time, is being utilized by HEMRL as a standard to see how the ammunition functions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for these crisp insights. Now, I have learned that Navy has developed an armament inspection and information management system, which is very interesting, as it is supposed to monitor and collate data during the entire life cycle of a naval armament store. So what are the salient aspects of it? How can this be used for data-driven decision making? And whether it can be extended to other organizations also. For all this, I would request Commodore VKP Pathak to share his views.
Thank you, madam. Basically, this slide. NAI organization is involved from the design and development stage, production, various production agencies like Ordnance Factory, DPSUs, firms, during storage, maintenance, inspection carried out in naval armament depots, during the naval armament fitted onboard ships, as part of life extension we are involved, then certification for the disposal action. So all those places NAI is involved, so, and we are undertaking failure investigation whenever it occurs, and as part of that we are roping in the feedback into the system back as a product improvement or process improvement. So there is a proper institutional feedback mechanism which is working. So now the thing is that you need to leverage the technology to get all this in the integrated approach, which is the theme of the today's panel also. So right now this system basically provides the timely course correction to prevent any fatal failures, as brought up. Next slide. So this is basically what being the panel for Indiation, I have taken 2 slides from Solomon document. Now thing is that here we have done some gap analysis, and based on that some product and technology have been identified, and a whole lot of list is present already there in the Solomon 2.0 document, which has been released by the Raksha Mantri. So the appendix contains all the list which is available online also. Next slide. So as part of design and development or Indiation activities, you have 50% Indiation content as part of the policy. Now the thing is that you need to go for the remaining 50%, where you identify the niche technology. There are the complete list is there given in the Solomon document. Some of them are listed here. So what route you take depends, IDEX, R&D from DPSUs and firms, some panelists are also mentioned. So this is a critical area where people have to pitch in. They need to pitch in the capital basically. And DRDO has to come forward as an advisor. So that is the most important thing. And everyone should have a modern Indiation tool. There were traditional methods which were used when I joined this Navy, when the months used to take for generation of paper particulars. Now my team goes for 2 days to a place and they generate. Like recently my team had gone to Visakhapatnam, 2 days they generated the complete drawings using these 3D scanners, SolidWorks and all these technologies. And everything is ready, and the UI is ready to be published. Next slide, please. Next one. So coming to production, quality control, quality assurance, everyone knows reactive approach, proactive approach, and this is the method which we follow in any organization. Basically, we have a dynamic QA approach. Wherever the losses are there, you increase the surveillance on control point. Wherever the people are doing good, so we reduce the inspection. So this is evident where we have implemented a lot of skip proofs and various process audits. Outcomes have been implemented as part of the, in the remaining part of the process. Next slide. Now, various QA reforms have been undertaken in the last 5 years, 4 or 5 years. Prevention-based QA has been implemented in March 21, and a document, Designer Quality Manual, has been promulgated as in line with ISO 9001. Basically, all these which have been listed here have been implemented as part of the this prevention-based QA. QDAS modules, softwares have been procured, and they have been basically used for advanced identification of failures, defects, and prevention. This is being done right now at most of the NEIs under me. And quality circles, local quality councils, main quality councils were constituted at controllate level, at DGNI level, and they are regularly meeting. Now, this is a basic change, big change management as a prevention for going from process product base to the product base. So, elaborate training was required for the officers and staff who had that inspection Raj mindset. So now the prestigious institutes like ISA Kolkata and DIIT Pune and one, they were all roped in for training our officers and staff. Now everyone is qualified. Next slide.
Commodore Pathak, we need to wind this up in 1 minute.
Just last 2-3 slides only.
We need 1 minute. 1 minute is the max.
No problem.
So take us through the most important slide.
Yeah, this is the most important now which has come. Okay. So one thing is that we have implemented remote inspection. 100% remote inspection, madam, we have implemented at our NEIs. So because of that, you can see the cost of the wastages which are there as part of the QA. All those have been drastic. One of the aspect which is brought out here is the cost of QA has come down drastically. And cost of production has drastically increased. Particularly this is, I'm mentioning for the AFK placed orders, what we are inspecting. Next slide.
So I think we will end with this slide, the previous slide, because that really shows, you know, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So this, the previous, this is the last? Okay. Yeah. Because the time for Q&A is getting squeezed out. Okay. So I think we can end with.
Basically what we are doing, we are developing an app, madam, Lean Q app.
Yeah.
Which we are right now we're developing it along with the AFK. So this pilot project we are working. So this app will be basically...
When is this app going to be launched?
This app right now we are developing with AFK, so launch time will be another 6 months to 1 year.
So 6 months to 1 year is the development time, and we can just watch out for this app, which will, I think, be extremely useful.
Extremely useful even for micro industries as well as the large industries.
Right. So now I would invite Dr. Upadhyay with his huge knowledge to share how is technology, how do you think technology can really take us to the next level of indigenization? And with your research background, do you think there's enough research R&D happening at various levels? How can we use R&D to hasten, you know, this indigenization?
Good afternoon, ma'am. CQME is more than 117 years old organization, and we have contributed in indigenization of various explosive formulations, and we have large data banks since British era, and we are suggesting various indigenous equivalent materials to all stakeholders whenever they approach CQME Pune. And if you see in our country, most of the defense explosive manufacturing is based on OEM technology. Bofors, SNP, France, Joseph Meisner, all the plants are of OEM origin in late 1960s. And a lot of modernization is required to improve the quality of explosive materials, because explosive materials are very sensitive materials, and it depends upon the quality of critical input materials. If you don't maintain the quality of critical materials, it is very, very difficult to ensure the quality of finished product. And moreover, not only this, the statistical process control play a very vital role. So we have to, first of all, modernize our plants, machinery, and only few industries are available in our country. And in our country, indigenization of plant and machineries and advancement of technology for quality control, quality assurance is a big challenge. And most of the quality control and quality assurance is based on conventional techniques. So it takes a lot of time. So first of all, in private industries, whether DPSU, private, modernization of quality control and modernization of plant will play a very vital role. And moreover, quality of any explosive material depends upon the process conditions, quality of critical input materials. Say for example, if you don't maintain the quality of any critical input materials, say for example, particle size of magnesium powder or surface area, you won't get the required performance and it will be very, very sensitive. So a lot of science, chemistry is involved in the field of explosive formulation. And nowadays, if you see, the application of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, it will definitely shorten the time of explosive formulation. And based on the data analysis, one can simulate, even numerical modeling, we can predict the performance of explosive compounds. So this is one of the prime requirements that countries should focus on, the application of 3D printing and artificial intelligence, simulation modeling, numerical modeling. So R&D is required to be carried out, and moreover, we are still following still using the conventional explosive materials. Say for example, nitrocellulose, nitroglycerin, picrite, and there is a requirement of insensitive munitions, high energetic plasticizers, and so that number of accidents, the cases which are coming nowadays can be controlled. And for this, CQME is providing all the technical supports to various private industries, defense industries, and
Thank you. I think we will now wind up and maybe have a few Q&A. And just as the audience members, we can take a couple of questions.
Ma'am, just one question. We can't
because
exceed
this session started late.
I
so-
know, but
Right. So just meanwhile, while you're thinking of that one question, just to wrap up the discussion, we have seen that technology has to be embracing. It has to be across all processes, including HR, including research, everything. We must not be in silos. There is need for synergy. It's academia, it's industry, it's government. There is clearly need for synergy. And new research channels also we need to tap. Perhaps one of them that comes to my mind is the Anusandhan National Research Foundation. Defense has not yet tapped that valuable resource which has been tapped by Health Ministry, etc. So, and I look forward to the time when we will move on from indigenization to indigenously developed equipment and ammunition, instead of just indigenizing what was developed 20 years back. So now maybe we can have that one question.
Yes,
Madam, this is Patanjali from High Energy Batteries. This, our Dr. Upadhyay was mentioning about conventional QA and QC, and we'll have to move to the next level. So this question is to Commodore. He has been in the quality for a lot of time on reliability. How do you think the conventional quality assurance and the QA, that 4.0 that we are talking about, what kind of a difference it will make, and what is it we must get ready for to get into that mode? From the conventional, what have been done in the defense sector, what kind of a requirement will be there?
Actually, in a phase-wise manner, you can switch over to advanced technology. Suddenly, it is very, very difficult because all the quality control, quality assurance are based on conventional techniques. So, since the expertise required in the domain of explosive materials is basically chemistry, analytical chemistry, explosive chemistry knowledge is very, very important. Suppose if any minute components are there, and you cannot analyze with the help of conventional technique. It's very, very important that you have to take the help of thermal method of analysis, differential scanning calorimetry, even scanning electron microscope. So, say for example, all explosive materials are totally dependent on the the process, structure, property, and performance. Three things are very, very important. Structure, property, performance. If three things are not linked together, it is very difficult to produce the safe explosive materials, which is very safe for handling, transport, and storage. So that's why it's very, very important that preliminary knowledge of in the field of explosive chemistry is very, very important, and it is required to be introduced in quality control. And you will get a lot of vital inputs in a very short time. Say, for example, HMX. Suppose if you carry out the estimation of HMX, it will take more than 8 hours time. And if you use any instrumental method of a high performance liquid chromatograph, hardly number of samples, 20 samples can be analyzed in 3 hours. So that's why, and moreover, you are using reference materials, which is of known purity, and you can compare the quality of HMX with the global standard quality. So in this way, you can ensure, provided if you are having national standards, international standards of explosive material. Sometimes we face a lot of problem about the standard material. So in our laboratory, we are purifying various explosive materials. So it acts as in international standards. And moreover, I am telling you, I have come across that 1943 vintage TNT manufactured by Britishers. We have not seen any quality related issue. And the TNT which is being manufactured, a lot of impurity are there, number of impurities are present in TNT. So it's very, very important that we should be focused towards the quality so that we can ensure the performance of any ammunition, and because number of accidents cases are being reported by the users. So if we focus on advanced technology and application of advanced equipments in quality control, quality assurance, such things can be improved.
Thank you very much. So keeping time is a good thing.
Excuse me.
Thank you so much.
I have one question.
Not only for our projects
we
and
would not
deliveries,
be able
also
to
for
accommodate
panels.
more questions, I'm afraid. We can't exceed time. Thank you so much, ma'am, for a wonderful discussion, and all the panelists also for thought-provoking answers. I would like to request Dr. Garima Bhagat to kindly present the mementos to our panelists. Ma'am, kindly come forward. Shri K.K. Maurya. Brigadier M.K.K. Iyer. Commodore Saroj Kumar Patel, retired. Commodore V.K.P. Pathak. Dr. R.K. Upadhyay. Now I would request Commodore Pathak to kindly present a memento to our moderator, Dr. Garima Bhagat. Thank you, sir. I request all the panelists to come forward for a group photograph, please. Thank you so much, ma'am, for helping us wind up on time. And with this, we are moving into the working lunch, but an important announcement before we disperse. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that Secretary DP Shri Sanjeev Kumarji will be joining us post-lunch at 2:20 p.m. And it is a very interesting session, which is an open house discussion exclusively for our industry partners. So don't miss it. Kindly be seated back by 2:15 p.m. after having your lunch. We seek your cooperation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for winding it up.
First time I'm seeing your, what's the name?
Richa. Richa. I'm a media person, professional anchor. Along with Secretary DP, we have Sri Manoharan, DG DGQA, Sri Sanjay Chawla, DG DGA and Rear Admiral Rupak Barua, DG DGNAI, on the stage with us, and we are about to release two important documents. We now unveil a pivotal document, the SOP on proof stock components and consumables crafted by DPSUs along with DGQA. The standard operating procedures for proof stock components and consumables is an essential enabler for India's growing ecosystem of defense manufacturing, especially MSMEs and IDEX participants. This SOP defines clear, streamlined processes for timely provisioning of critical proofing stores, bolstering our march towards self-reliance under Atmanirbhar Bharat. May I now request Secretary DP, Shri Sanjeev Kumarji, to release the SOP, please. Sir, if you could come forward. A very important document, an essential enabler, as I said, for India's growing ecosystem of defense manufacturing. We now proceed to the release of the Quality Management System Issue 01 for HAL suppliers and sub-vendors. This initiative ensures structured, internationally benchmarked quality compliance across India's military aviation supply chain. I would now like to request the first 14 out of the 28 MSME representatives who are partners of Hindustan Aeronautics Limited in this internationally benchmarked quality compliance program to kindly come up on stage one by one. We would request the first 14 of the 28 MSME representatives to kindly come up on stage with their certificates. Thank you, all the industry partners who are on the stage. Kindly take your seats. May I now request the rest of the remaining 28 MSMEs to kindly come up on stage with their certificates. Thank you so much. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving into the much awaited open house discussion that is exclusively for our industry partners. And industry representatives are encouraged to raise queries related to quality assurance in defense products. While doing so, please kindly introduce yourself briefly, keep your questions focused and concise, and also limit your discussion to the relevant QA topics. I would now like to invite Ms. Shikha Mishra to take this session forward.
Thank you, Richa ma'am. I would like to extend my greetings and a warm welcome to the dignitaries on the stage and all the eminent guests to this open house discussion for industry partners. And now, as the floor is open for questions, let's take the first question from Shri Jayesh Kumar Patel, Director, Oilfield Equipments Private Limited. Shri Jayesh Kumar Patel. Sir, please mic.
Sir, the monetary limit for green channel certification is rupees 500 crores. If the limit is brought down to 100 crores, lot of good firms will become eligible for applying and obtaining green channel certification. Will the government of India take any steps regarding this?
I think the step would be taken, certainly. The question is when. So, I'm not much aware that why 500 crore was fixed, but certainly the understanding must be that if 500 crore would enable you, I mean the company which is doing business of 500 crore certainly would develop certain infrastructure, institutional arrangement, so that they can be bestowed with the green channel confidence. I'm sure we will learn, we'll gather the data, we'll take input from QA agency, and we'll move forward and reduce this 500 crore in coming days, maybe year or so or two. Whether we will go to 100 crore or would remain in between, that decision would be taken at the right time. But suggestion is in very right spirit that we have to have more confidence in our supply chain, and supply chain has also need to show that confidence was well placed. And certainly we will like to move in an ideal situation where most of our vendors, supply chain partners are in green channel, and only for some specific needs, for a specific process where the complexity of process or need is there, then only the quality assurance teams comes in. Certainly we'll look into this. Very difficult to define a time frame, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Just a minute. This is regarding green channel certification. So you are aware earlier it was 1,000 crores was the limit for the green channel certification. Subsequently it has been reduced to 500 crores. So those who are aspiring for the green channel, and there is a other provision which is available in the policy is the self-certification provision. So if you have a reliable and established product, you have proven your quality, so you can very well go for the self-certification product, whether it is a self-certification or green channel certification. As far as the QA is concerned, so they will not come and interfere with you. Now question is, if the firm is having a very less turnover of 100 crores or under, there is a very well good provision is already available for self-certification. The green channel policy has got some kind of base. Why green channel has got such a high value has been kept, because it is understood that the infrastructure level and the supply chain management and the companies, this thing of that nature will be definitely an established one. That was the concept. So even if a product is not proven or well established, at the first instance itself, they will be able to apply for the green channel. But whereas in self-certification, you need to prove your quality of the product before you apply for the self-certification. That is the difference. But as Secretary Sir has brought out, so this aspect we will look into that, how far we can consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And moving on to the next question, may I request Shri B.K. Singh, representing Altair Limited, Pune. B.K. Singh, sir.
Namaskar, sir. We hear that reorganization of DGQA is being carried out. What is the advantage of this? Advantage of the same?
This basically reorganization of DGQA, which the thing is, before going to the reorganization, the fundamental behind the reorganization is that it is a general nature of complaint from the any manufacturer of defense sector, whether it is a DPOC or private sector, the timeline required for the QA, quality assurance, and the trials and testing have to come down. So that was the point. And when that point was analyzed, the basic point was that most of the systems which are coming today introduced into the armed forces are multiple technology integrated system. For example, if you take a tank, you have a optics, you have a engine, so you have a mechanical gadgets, so you have a electronics, so you have a arms, ammunition, weapons. So if you look at the quality assurance organization, it has got a divisions of for each and every technological front. We have a different divisions have to deal with the particular subject, because it is experts are needed from each area. So what we have done in the reorganization is that all the experts are brought into one ambit, and your contact person will be a one person, so that you don't have to run around to each technological center to get your item cleared. So that is the concept with which reorganization has been done, which will reduce your contact point and also will reduce the number of the timelines which is needed for getting things cleared.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Proceeding to the next question, I would like to request Shri Uday Kumar Jain, official from Shri Om Engineering. Okay, so his question is, what steps have been initiated by DGQA for ease of doing business for our Indian defense manufacturers? Okay, fine. So we are going to the next question. And for that, I request Shri Karappu Swami, Managing Director, GEM Precision Tools Private Limited.
As per Joint Services Guide JSG 15/2021 5th revision, manufacturers seeking to register additional items under their existing general registration must wait a minimum of 6 months from the date of their last registration or assessment visit. The 6 months waiting period can cause delays for firms aiming to expand their registered product range. Can a provision made to reduce this timeline?
Yeah, JSG 015 basically it governs the registration process. In this regard, I would like to tell that the JSG 015 is under revision, and we have asked comments from various stakeholders. I request you to kindly forward your recommendations for the revision, particular point where you want things to be attended to the DGQA organization, and we will try to incorporate in the during the revision.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next in line is a question from Colonel Atul Dutt, retired. He is representing ACE Limited, Faridabad. Okay. His question is, how do the MOD providing, supporting, encouraging the private sector industries And what are the roles of new technologies like AI and machine learning in defense production, or how the AI, ML, DL are being integrated into the defense production? Fine, sir. Next, proceeding to the next question, may I request Dr. Atharva? Is he there? Okay, sir, please carry on.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Atharv Pondrik from IIT Ropar. We have a Center of Excellence for Defense and Security, and we are also working with NAI. My question is, how do we leverage academia, because research and innovation was mentioned a number of times, to increase the adoption of Industry 4.0 for enhancing defense production? Thank you.
Actually, this academia plays a very vital and important role in providing, first of all, academia with the industry and the DRDO. These three corners of the triangle can bring about a lot of change with respect to doing some research work in the defense sector, in the sector of AI, smart materials, smart sensors, so that industry can adopt those technologies for becoming Industry 4.0, as well as we can implement Quality 4.0. Second thing is that the skilling of people. We have seen in the field of ammunition and explosive especially, and the ordnance, the skilled manpower is not there, because till recently, no university or the college used to teach these kind of subjects. So these kind of subjects used to be taught only in institutions like IIT or Millet or DIIT now. In the recent past, some of the universities have started this courses on defense technology, but it is very much required that IITs like Ropar or other IITs, they should take up courses for skilling the manpower, and the government also has to pitch in for skilling manpower in the lower level. One is in the engineering level, one is working in the lower level, working in the field of explosives and ammunition. And the third thing, which Dr. Garmia Madam touched upon during the morning session, is that the National Research Foundation, which can be tapped with respect to defense sector, because all other ministries, many ministries have tapped this foundation, but defense has not tapped. So that is one of the areas where I believe IIT Ropar is one of the hub of National Research Foundation, so they can pitch in very well in the defense sector. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, in addition, I would like to say, Dr. Tharva, we would wait for your suggestion. How should we integrate academia in Industry 4.0? What can be the role? Yeah, please tell.
So, sir, we have a center of excellence, where we have over 200 faculty members from the institution, and we are working on solving operational challenges of the armed forces. Specifically, what we are trying to do is get user input and get industry partners on board, because the industry academia linkage, is still in its infancy, I would say. Investment in R&D is not really happening, and it needs to be increased from the industry perspective also. Furthermore, where we are actively engaged is doing ease of business for industry in academia, because when faculty collaborate with industries, there's a lot of difference in communication, timelines, modes of payment, so that we are working on. So as a stakeholder, if MOD, in fact with Department of Defense Production, we are looking at indigenizing alloys, because again, that's another major area where, so materials engineering, materials technologies, where say some of the larger industries cannot do, if we have centers or hubs within academic institutions, which is now what we are looking at, where the faculty base can come, they can translate, and these technologies along with user input can be directly taken up by the industry. So that mechanism, integrative mechanism, I think that needs to, and academia can be the hub for that. It can be the site, because we are able to integrate all the components, and we have seen that it's working well in terms of delivery also. So we can discuss, would be more than happy to have a team and come and discuss, but we want to engage more with the defense forces and with all the stakeholders that are present here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Athar. Next, I would like to ask, request Shri Rajendra Tukrane, Director of Puro Philtech Private Limited. Is he here? Okay, okay.
Jai Hind, sir, and Jai Hind to all industrial partners. So my question is, what is the government's stance on offset policy?
How it is related to this conclave? Anyway, I mean, the offset policy stance of government, the objective behind offset policy has been known to all of us. Objective is to transfer the technology to our manufacturer, indigenous manufacturer, so that they can learn whatever is being done in the West or from wherever we are purchasing our equipment. So the government stance is that yes, we would like to learn whether offset is the right vehicle, whether offset has been the right vehicle, whether the policy need to be tweaked. This is a very long ongoing debate. It can't be said that it is 100% successful, or it can't be said it is not successful. Many of the things have happened. Many of the indigenous capacities have developed because of the working of Indian industries with foreign industries. That may be or may not be directly attributable to offset policy, but the stance of government is slowly we are understanding that how to nuance it, in what type of contract we should pursue offset policy. And then the offset policy itself has undergone lots of change in last decade or so. To conclude, I would say that the government stance is to, when purchasing high value product from outside, also to learn and indigenize that. And in that direction we are working, and offset policy is also one of the tools available with us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next question, I request Shri Bala Subramaniam, Vice President, Big Bang Boom Solutions Private Limited, Chennai.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is to Sanjay, sir. Sir, is there any proposal under consideration for accepting online forms for firm registration and AFQMS? Because currently it is in offline mode, we have to approach the regional office to reach the HQ.
Can you repeat your question? I didn't hear well.
You can speak slightly slow because it was not very clear.
Sir, is there any proposal under consideration to accept online application forms for firm registration and AFQMS?
Yeah. This presently we are giving registration, of course, offline. Online systems, there is a proposal, we are working it out with, because JSG is a guiding document with Directorate of Standardization. There are certain cybersecurity guidelines on that. So we are in the process of working, but nevertheless, as of now, all the documents, all the formats are available on our website. It is a time-bound work we do within 3 months. And even for the scope, I think one person asked for the question. In our case, though we follow JSG, but we also don't keep this gap of 6 months. Even if you have an add-on scope, that also can be added. And through our regional offices all over the India, we try to finish it off within the 3 months period. So already there is a plan for online. But as of now, particularly in military aviation, we don't have much of the industries. Today, after a gap of even 10 years, I have only 120 firms which are registered with us for the military aviation stores. So you all are welcome to take registration with DGAQA. You will be able to bid against the orders or the tender inquiries which are being floated by service headquarters, Naval Aviation, Army Aviation, Coast Guard and Air Headquarters, and will be prompt enough to register you based on your capacity and capability. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Next in line is a question from Shri Chandrakant Ramachandra. He is an official from Tata Advanced Systems Limited.
Sir, good afternoon. For the organizations like ours who are supplying for long number of years, 10 plus always, is capacity verification required every time is sort of a query what we would like to ask.
We don't know the detail, but Ordinarily, no, shouldn't be. So my answer is guarded no.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Normally, you must have been registered with somebody else since you are supplier, old supplier.
Yes.
So in that sense, normally when during assessment, that is taken care. You are already registered, you are a regular supplier.
Yes.
So in that, that becomes, and organization like Tata's probably should not have.
Oh,
No, who is verifying your capacity every year?
yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
No, tell me who is verifying your capacity every year. Give me more details about it. Background of your question.
Sir, the division which I represent is Tata Advanced Systems, which is into defense and aerospace. I particularly represent the defense division, wherein we have manufacturing of all guns, launchers, radar systems, optronics. So one of these requirements, and we have been in this for last 30 plus years, as we all know in India. But this is like a prerequisite every time which comes in, like capacity verification.
Which agency does that?
For any new requirement it comes, sir.
New
Is,
requirement by
Yeah, one of the
yes, sir.
prerequisites.
It becomes a precondition in the
Precondition
this thing.
requirement.
So they have registered for particular item.
I really don't know the detail. Sometimes it may be what is the spare capacity available. So maybe you have capacity, but that capacity might be totally engaged with. So really, otherwise, ordinarily I must say no.
Actually, basically for the purpose of the procurement agency needs a company which is a registered company, basically to ensure that as far as the industries like a Tata and all concerned, it should not be even if you ask for the registration, it should not be a very big process because a well-established system, so there may not be any very big query on that. So it can be done in a simple manner also.
I request you to share details with GSDIP.
Okay.
Mr. Amit Satija. We would like to understand and see what best can be done.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, now I would like to call upon Shri S.B. Sharma from East West Engineering Limited. Okay. So, the next question is from Shri Kushal Shinde from Tata Advanced System Limited.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. My question is, what is the future defense production target and how the MOD has planned to achieve that target?
With your support, just keep on supporting us.
Yeah, we are always there, sir.
So we'll achieve the target, whatever the target we set.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Moving on to the next question, I request Shri Rahul Umbarkar, Director, Sai Calibration Services, OPC Private Limited. Shri Rahul Umbarkar. Okay. For the next question, I would like to invite Shri Dr. B. Vinod Kumar, CEO, CDIIC.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Vinod, CEO, Odisha Defense Innovation and Atal Incubation Center. We are a Section 8 non-profitable organization run by Odisha industry body from Coimbatore. We are India's first defense innovation hub, and I want to sincerely thank DGQA because that was the first MOU which we have signed with DGQA for facilitating MSMEs in Coimbatore region. So we were able to reach out more than 400 industries. The first question which I want to ask is, as per JSG, the vendor registration disposal is around 90 days for new registrations. When it comes to RFP based, it's around 45 days. But it's not explicitly given for the renewal time period, which can be considered at the earliest. Second part, we work very closely with MSMEs and startup. We have more than 36 IDEX winners, including startups 18 and 18 from MSME. And subsequently, more than 300 industries are connected with us who are willing to get into defense manufacturing. So whenever we help them to get new product development, in IDEX challenges, because they are first generation entrepreneur startups, They don't understand the testing calibration or the standard or certifications. During RFPs or whenever the challenges float, they quote a small number. When actual production comes in, it's very exorbitant. They really don't understand the things. Whenever during signing of IDEX contracts, these startups has to consider with DGQA or DGAQA for better costing. That is one requirement. Second part, what I have is on the Stregen defense portal. It's an absolute portal where we really get more industries to understand what are the things available. In that particular portal, it's not that much interactive because I show interest, but the tender might have been released. The MSME is not aware when it's going to be given. So similarly, the IS equivalent is not given. MSMEs are running beer and pillar to post to identify where the IS equivalents are. So DGK has done an excellent study of IS equivalents. So whenever an RFP is floated in, at least in Stregen portal can be indicated IS equivalent. If not available, contact DGQA for further enhancement. It will be really nice. We will be able to mentor a lot of MSME in startup to get into defense production. Thank you, sir.
We'll try to reply or acknowledge your suggestion. If you want, any of them can reply. A good suggestion about Stregen portal. In the morning only we were having discussion, me and Amit and his team, how to make it more interactive, useful to the industry, useful to the services, useful to the PSUs, DPSUs, so that this portal can become a potent portal which is sought after by all people. Certainly we will like to make it more interactive, more useful. Your suggestion has been noted. If any other suggestion is also there, please reach out to us, send a mail to us, we'll incorporate them. On our own, we have decided many things in the morning. It's a continuous process of learning and improving. We'll do that.
As far as the material is concerned regarding IS equivalent, which we are asking, I think here controller metal is also present here. So the DGQA has already have released a lot of compendium which gives the indigenous equivalents and IS equivalents. Even because since the material list is it's not a PTC, for each and every item there will be an exclusive item which may have a specification from abroad. So for which you can definitely contact the CQA metals, so in DGQA, and we will be able to help you out in the indigenous equivalent this thing. Otherwise, most of the materials, the compendium is available, and Mr. Kameshwar Rao, CQA metals is there. He may, if he wants to, he can highlight something else. Just
Sir, CQA Metals deals with the metallic material for defense, and whenever we get the proposal for obtaining the equivalent materials, we certainly come back to our customers and we provide which is readily available in the market. And in addition to this, very bad customers say that this is not readily available on the material, we also suggest for a substitute for go ahead. And CQA Metal is always open to provide such type of services. Thank you, sir.
In addition, you were asking about the guidance to the IDEX projects and MSMEs. So the thing is, only thing which they need is that they have to contact the nearest DGQA officers. So we also formed something like a customer care type. So DGQA, the numbers are available. So in which once he contacts, they will be able to guide which place they should contact, and they get the guidance regarding the testing. So, and also you must be aware, last time all have attended, defense testing portal is available, in which all types of tests, so whatever is available in the country in the defense sector, for DGQA, DGNAI, DGAQA, defense public sector, DRDO, all test facilities are already listed out there. So you know where the test facility is available, which lab you need to go, whom to contact, everything is available in that. So you will be able to get the guidance. So the small manufacturers and the small people, they will be able to take the guidance out of that.
If I understood your question correctly, you were asked, probably you were saying that since your startup, MSMEs are not aware of the requirement, they are not able to assess the cost appropriately. This issue has been noted, and the JS who is sitting next to you, in front of you, his team has been taking efforts to make the potential challenger aware of the requirement by holding workshops, webinar, etc. So let's say a challenge is floated, those potential challengers, they are holding now, would be holding or rather holding workshops, etc., so that they are made aware of that what it requires to participate in such tender, so that you can assess the resource requirement appropriately. Secondly, we are also now trying to incorporate in the challenge itself that how this solution would be tested. So we are also clear that how we are going to test the solution proposed by the challenger, and challenger is also aware mostly, since it's a new solution, so it might be difficult to 100% anticipate all testing needs, but large part of it, 80-90% part of it, we should be able to freeze at the time of floating the challenge. These two steps certainly would help. Third, again, IDEX portal, we have the winners, past winners, etc. We are trying to come to a system, or trying to devise a system where the old winners also interact with the new challenger and make them aware. It's like learning from each other. So that part we are also trying to do. Anyway, as I told you earlier, whatever suggestion you have, because you are working with those people directly, we will be really glad to have them and incorporate in our solutions.
Thank you, sir. For the next question, I would like to request Commodore S.K. Patel, retired. He is from Solar Defense. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Commodore Patel here. Since morning, you have been hearing of the data flow management, so many things with quality 4.0, Industry 4.0. Knowing the security of the information security and data security, particularly the private industry and the tier 2, tier 1 industry, everybody has to come into this data. So how are you going to address this issue, sir? My question will be to Admiral Barua.
When we talk about Industry 4.0 and QA 4.0, definitely there will be a lot of data flow, there will be analytics involved, there will be data in transit, in rest, and we have to have a various level of security in a graded manner, because it is not that every industry, defense industry, every product has to come under that realm. So like in the morning also we have said that there has to be a digital transformation roadmap by each of the industry, how they want to implement this Industry 4.0 for a particular product or a process they have to implement. So we have to see from the physical security to digital access control to the endpoint security and encryption which is available. So all this and of course if there is a requirement of cloud computing, again that security also comes into picture. So security will be very important for the Industry 4.0, and if it is within the organization, if it is not going outside, then the level of security could be slightly lower, but definitely the security will be a challenge, and that as a roadmap we have to bring in how to implement those when we change over to Industry 4.0 and QA 4.0.
Dr. Patel, we are sure we can handle this. It's not something that the information flow and security of information flow cannot be handled. Solution are there, solution would be found out. We need to move in that, and in any way it can't be hindrance to implement QA4 or IA4.
We need to move on.
Pardon me?
We need to move on.
Yeah, we need to move on and find solution to this.
Thank you, sir. And for the next question, I would like to request Shri Prashant Sehgal, CEO, Capsons Industries Private Limited, Jalandhar.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Prashant Sehgal from Capsons Industries, Jalandhar. We are making motors and pumps for Indian Railways and Defence. Recently, we have seen that non-DGQA suppliers also getting the inquiries, tender inquiries and orders. So, what is the way out? Like, we are approved supplier and even we are at par with the non-DGQA suppliers.
I think because normally the enquiries are given and the supplier has to obey a registered supplier. Now regarding the people who are not registered, their things are accepted, and we may have to take up the issue with the OPA, order placing authorities. So we need to resolve with them.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Proceeding to the next question, may I request Shri Divyansh Gaba from Garuna Aerospace Private Limited. Okay. So for the next question, I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Berry. Mr. Vijay Berry? Not here. Okay. So next, moving to the next question, Shri C.P. Bhalla from Tossi Autos.
Jai Hind, sir. Myself Chandra Bhalla from Tosi Auto, Delhi. Sir, we have learned defense testing portal has been launched. What is it, sir?
Defense testing portal. No?
Right, sir.
Yeah, right. Okay. The defense testing portal is basically the concept behind the defense testing portal is that various MSMEs and small players, and even large industries, certain test facilities are not available with them. So, and not only test facilities, certain proof facilities also. For example, if you have to fire a 155 mm caliber gun, so you don't have any place, then you have to come to DGQA. There are proof ranges which has got all the technical requirements for the firing and the test gadgets, so you will be able to get it fired. So similarly, there are requirements from the small manufacturers. Certain tests have to be carried out, environmental test or any particular mechanical test, chemical test, or any test. So now what has been done with the guidance and support of our Honorable Secretary, so that the defense testing portal has integrated all the test facilities available in the QA organization, DRDO, public sector, everything. So now if you go and open the defense testing portal, you will, if you search for a particular test, you will get the, where this test is available, which all the lab, where is the location, whom to contact. So it will be available in that. So then you can take on further for your request for the testing. So that way you will be able to know which place, what test facility is available. There are so many test facilities, people don't know where to go. See, for example, simple test is altitude test. Altitude test is the exclusive test, so many people don't have it. But we have certain labs, like in electronics lab in Bangalore and all, so they have a specific test, altitude test facilities available there. So similarly, so in the sea, there are various tests. So for the components which is related to the ships and other things, there are exclusive test facilities are available in the certain QA organization, DGQA labs. So which is not available anywhere else. Those things you can find it in the defense testing portal.
And one more thing which I will request to the...
Yeah, you can, it is not just for seeing and finding the things, but you can book the test also. You can book it, and then the contact person will tell you what is the methodology of payment and how much, and you can book it and get the thing tested also.
And one more thing which because the industry partners are here, I would request each of the industry to try out this DTP portal for booking the testing, so that any lacuna, if we find there is a bug or lacuna, that can be brought to the notice of DGQ or MODDP for resolution.
Yes, that's a right suggestion. Use it. There must be many lacunas. There must be many prove this. So please, when you try it, you will come to. You can make us aware. Certainly improve.
Thank you, sir. And with this, we come to the end of this session. And I hope this session was well-versed, insightful, and informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shikha. If we have any of the questions which were not taken, yeah, we have some time. If we have
can
any
take
questions,
additional questions if anything is there. Yeah.
you may raise your hands, please. Yes, sir. Can we have the mic?
जय हिंद साथियों, आई एम सुशील सेठी फ्रॉम यामाजुकी देंकी। हम लोगों ने सिमरन फ्लोटेक और यामाजुकी देंकी दोनों ने एयरफोर्स की रिक्वेस्ट पे एक पूरा मिसाइल लॉन्चर बनाया था समर। तो अब भी हम लोगों ने वो बनाए हुए 3 साल हो गए। अब हम लोग इस फील्ड में नए हैं, डिफेंस की फील्ड में हम लोग और नेशन को सपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं। अब हमें ये नहीं समझ आ रहा है कि हम खुद जाना चाहते हैं, आप लोगों के पास आना चाहते हैं कि हम और आगे काम करना चाहते हैं, तो आगे कैसे बढ़ा जाए वो थोड़ा सा गाइड किया जाए। समर एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम पूरा मिसाइल लॉन्चर है।
It seems you must have developed for against Air Force request, Air Force indigenization effort, और जो आपने बनाया है,
हाँ जी,
that is development order जो है आपको किसी एजेंसी से मिला है?
हमारे को 7 BRD से मिला है। 7 BRD और 11 BRD दोनों ने जो है हम लोगों को किया
in
था।
Air Force side, most all the Air Force stations they have their indigenization cells, which are getting the indigenization. So आपने जो store बनाया है, since it's a local level BRD, normally per se this DGAQA per se doesn't come into inspection. It is a local level inspection is carried out. The trials, testing, and certification is done at the local level. So our advice is like 7 BRD, which has given you the order, they can get it certified, and then bulk orders through Air Force only. You have to get it through Directorate of Indigenization Air Headquarters. That is the one cell where they place the order, or Directorate of Purchase at Air Headquarters.
बेसिकली इसका ट्रायल जो है 3 साल पहले 17 बार हो गया था और जो सक्सेसफुल रहा था, उसके बाद इन्होंने एक स्मॉल प्रोडक्शन के लिए 5 पीसेस बनाए हैं जो ऑलरेडी 2 साल से हमारे
Okay, what I suggest, you can send across to us DGAQ. I will take up your case and advise you suitably.
Okay, sir. Right, sir.
Specific
Thank you.
case.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sir, may I?
Yes, yes.
सादर नमस्कार सर, मैं कुंग आर्मर प्राइवेट लिमिटेड हरिशंकर वाजपेयी कानपुर से। एक सर सेंट्रल परचेज प्रोक्योरमेंट प्रोग्राम रहता था जिसको कि डिसेंट्रलाइज कर देने से क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट अब उस तरह से नहीं मिल पाता है जैसा होना चाहिए। उसका कारण ये है कि सेंट्रल परचेज प्रोग्राम में सारे जो नॉर्म्स वो एक ही होते हैं और डिसेंट्रलाइज कर देने में हमारे को कोई पता नहीं लगता है कि कहाँ से क्या प्रोडक्ट बन रहा है और किस स्टैंडर्ड पे बन रहा है। आपसे आग्रह है मेरा कि इस सेंट्रल परचेज प्रोग्राम को अगर लागू कर दिया जाएगा तो क्वालिटी में बहुत ही अच्छी चीज़ हो जाएगी। एक दूसरी बात सर, एक और ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि बहुत सारे आइटम भारत सरकार की तरफ से MSME यूनिट्स के लिए रिजर्व किए गए थे जिनको कि इस समय किसी भी तरह की सुविधा नहीं मिल रही है, और वो भी जितने आइटम्स हैं उनका कोई भी अब इस तरह से मार्क नहीं किया जाता है कि वो केवल MSME RFPs के लिए होंगे। तो मेरा आग्रह है आपसे कि इस तरफ अगर आपका ध्यान होगा तो MSME यूनिट के लिए ये एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि होगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
वाजपेयी जी, धन्यवाद आपने सवाल पूछे, लेकिन ये दोनों सवाल जिन लोगों से संबंधित हैं और जिस फोरम पर पूछने चाहिए वो यहाँ उपलब्ध नहीं है। ये सवाल दोनों जो खरीदते हैं उनसे संबंधित हैं। सेंट्रलाइज परचेज और डिसेंट्रलाइज परचेज, इसके अपने फ़ायदे नुकसान दोनों हैं, और ये हर बड़े ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में एक चर्चा का बिंदु रहा है कि कितनी चीज़ सेंट्रलाइज करी जाए, कितनी चीज़ डिसेंट्रलाइज करके लोकल अधिकारी जिनके ऊपर जवाबदारी है परफॉर्म करने की, उनके स्तर पे करी जाए। तो इस विषय पे कुछ भी कहना मेरे लिए उचित नहीं। लेकिन ये बात आपने जो कही कि डिसेंट्रलाइज परचेज होने के कारण क्वालिटी सफ़र कर रही है, ये बात कितनी सच है, कितनी उपयुक्त है, इसको ज़रूर मैं चाहूँगा कि DGQA साहब चेक करें, क्योंकि ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए कि डिसेंट्रलाइज परचेज हो रहा है तो क्वालिटी ख़राब हो रही है।
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, this is Suresh Patil. I am the director CEO of Accurate Company, Pune. Sir, our company is a technocrat in the field of measurement and quality equipment manufacturing. We are there last 6 to 2 years. Sir, first of all, we'd like to congratulate to you and your team to introduce Make in India for our country and our industry. That too, it has helped to MSME industry a lot. The biggest challenges what people like us are facing is about the working with PUC company, defense, aeronautic or government organization. Still these people, while floating the any kind of specification or tender, they follow foreign make-up specification and ask us, indigenous manufacturer who offer still better specification equipment to them, but still follow the same. Sir, our company, today we are in India in the measurement field, a leading company, one of the very large organization in supporting the private company. We do export to 27 countries across the global on foreign currency for our country, but still we are facing a problem while dealing with the government organization India. We have recently approached to you. We are very grateful to Dr. Garima Bhagat. She gave appointment to us. We presented to her. We have many cases to bring it to your kind notice. We'll be very appreciated to have an opinion about MAD's further action on this. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Garima Bhagat is already engaging positively with you. Let's see what happens.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Mahendra Tilakam from Prudent Communication, Bangalore. We got a capacity verification and certificate also we got it with a list of some items. Now we have got some orders from HL. Whether we can include it in that capacity verification or again we have to revalidation that all.
Just repeat it, please.
So we got a capacity verification, audit is done from your side.
DGAQA.
DGAQA got audit also, and certificate also we received with some list of items were added in that one. Now we have got so many orders from HL. We are making that item also. Whether we can include it in that list or we have to make revalidations.
No, it seems that some additional scope of items you have got now.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So you can seek addition in scope if you have additional capacity now.
Okay.
So through local office, we'll get it added in your scope.
Okay.
But nevertheless, if you are getting orders from HAL, it is not mandatory for you to have a DGAQA registration.
Okay, sir.
HAL also follow their own registration principles.
Yeah.
They honor our registration, but it may not be required for you to get this registration, our registration addition in scope, since we have already got the order from HAL.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I have a couple of requests actually. One is about, since morning we were deliberating on the requirements and how the push has come. The aviation industry as a private also has grown continuously.
Sir, could you
but the licensing,
introduce yourself first?
My name is Sai Kumar. I am from Apollo Microsystems Limited, Hyderabad. So my request is the process of issuing the licenses for the industrial license as well as for the HE explosive license, it is very tedious and very long gestation cycle, sir. I think a centralized, dedicated nodal agency, for individual states monitored by a central, this thing. Now that the defense business is growing and a continuous defense export is also being pushed by Government of India, that is very much required, so that, the process takes a little lesser, much lesser time, not little, so that, actual work we concentrate on, doing the work rather than waiting for the licenses for, I think probably in some cases 1 year, 2 years, like that actually. This is one request, sir.
The process of industrial license and export authorization.
Explosive license also, explosive
license also. So we'll deal one by one. So
yes, sir.
Industrial license comes under many ministries for various regions. At least 3 ministries are involved: DPIIT, MHA, and DDP. A lot has been done in the past to streamline the industrial license process. Further, we will attempt to rationalize if concrete suggestion can come. One is that your process is very involved, is taking too much of time, do something. This is one way of putting it up. Second way of putting it up, these steps are not required, redundant, may not be necessary, please examine that. First, if your request falls in the first category, it becomes very difficult to understand. It's a very big, I think license itself is required, is a decision of government. In many of the product, the industrial license for defense production has been dispensed away. But for many still exist. So we will welcome if you can come out with concrete suggestion that these steps are necessary in your view and these steps are not necessary in your view and why so. Then we can work on that. But saying that MHA takes so much of time, so let's not go to MHA, can't be helped. We have to go to MHA. We have to take, or rather the licensing authority, and many of the licenses are given under the Arms Act and the administrative ministry is MHA, so license is being given by DPIIT on their behalf or by DDP on their behalf. I'm not sure whether we give license or DPIIT give.
DPIIT give. DPIIT, sir.
That's what JS is indicating.
Yes.
So if you come with concrete suggestions, certainly we will work.
I have it, sir. I have
so
it.
Not right now. You can come and.
Sure, sure, sir.
Second is explosive license. I think that doesn't come under our ministry at all. Does it come? It comes under Ministry of Commerce. Again, if you have some concrete suggestion, we will champion them. We will take to them. We will work with them. And export authorization. Again, in the March we revised process. February or March. As export authorization process. We are working on the portal itself. We are also working on the process. Again, another 2 to 3 months, we should be able to come out much better looking portal, much convenient, consumer friendly or industry friendly portal with rationalized process. But understand that export authorization would always be in certain case subjective. It depends on global scenario. It depends on bilateral relationship. It depends on end user. It depends on particular industry also. 90% cases, 80 to 90% cases would be sail through in a very, very definitive time frame. But there would certainly be few cases which might take more time because of the various reasons which I told you right now. So picking up 1 or 2 example and saying that it takes 1 year, or 8 months, 9 months, may not be appropriate assessment. Appropriate assessment would be how much average time is taken, how many percentage of the cases are getting cleared in a month time. That would be the correct metrics to evaluate. Again, any concrete suggestion, we will welcome.
I'll send it in writing, sir. Sir, I have one more request coming. Sir, it is a agreed subject that, MSME has been the backbone, and more specifically even for Siemens case with the defense industry as well, who are actually serving finally for the defense primes. So, but there is, I have raised this query and request in various other DRDO forums also, but the request has been taken well, but no further implementation has happened. But I would like to frame it now once again, sir, with your permission. Once a defense prime takes a contract, it is actually distributed amongst various approved suppliers if it's a DRDO contract, but if a non-DRDO contract, it's a different thing altogether. But there is no specific framework where the defense primes actually how the contract has to be deliberated to their different suppliers and hand-holding, more particularly in case of a working capital. For example, if I were to take a contract from a defense PSU there is no such policy that, the defense PSU gives an advance payment. It's seriously crunching that, distributing the limited availability of the working capital amongst various spectrum of, projects, it is a serious concern. If a defense prime, not a defense PSUs alone, any other defense prime who are taking as a prime contract, they enjoy a advance payment from the Ministry of Defense. It has to be duly passed on to the bottom layer up to the micro industries also, so that, it is very difficult.
I understood your suggestion. So, it's a very simplistic to say that they are enjoying the advance. Though I agree what you are saying, because every advance or every late payment is financially factored. It's not something that I have given you 100 rupees today and I am giving Mr. Chawla 100 rupees after a year. He would be happy with 100 rupees, or I would be happy to give you 100 rupees. I would factor that. So is the ministry does, so is the procuring agencies does. But your point has been well taken. I have been talking to Defense PSU in my capacity as secretary in last 3 to 4 months to categorize their suppliers in a manner in which they can have confidence and start giving them advance and start taking off some burden of working capital from their shoulders so that they can well integrate it. We have taken that issue with our Defense PSU. We are working on that. Hopefully, some solution would emerge.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I am Sunil Poddar from Manil Enterprises, Kolkata. So my question is, sir, I am supplying spares for vehicles for past 10 years. Sir, how can I avoid my QA check?
How can you avoid the QA? QA is the requirement of procurement agency, so they need somebody to certify, because the thing is, anybody procuring the item have to verify the item before taking it. Either it is verified by the agency themselves or they use the government QA agency.
His question is, the right spirit is this: he is established supplier for 10 years. He has proven his credential time and again. Why every year he has to go through that process? So that's the right question.
Right, sir. Without any negative feedback, sir. I've supplied last 10 years.
So like a driving license, in last 15 years he enjoying driving license, no ticket against him. Why he has to go for renewable and the same set of hurdles to be practiced? So you can have some better treatment for him. You can design.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, we'll take it.
Self-certification.
Self-certification and also the criteria which has been built out. This criteria of the past performance, etc., should be built in. The good positive behavior or the good behavior should get positive reinforcement in our process. We should work on that, and we'll work on it.
Self-certification you apply and you will be able to get it cleared. Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to everyone in this hall. And I would like to, as a sincere citizen, I would like to congratulate our defense forces for carrying out the Operation Sindoor to avenge our Pahalgam massacre. So I'll start with that. So we should have started it in the beginning of the day. So, sir, my question is, I am from Crown Agents. We are a third-party inspection agency. So far as we have not been involved in defense sector till now, but we work for many state governments for their engineering goods inspections. So since it is a quality conclave, and I would like to know how we can involve ourselves and get associated in quality control for defense forces.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and thanks for reminding everybody.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
We have introduced a scheme for TPI registration. Today, as of now, for military aviation, there are 8 bodies in the country which are TPI, which are the TPIs working for primarily for HAL divisions. So against HAL contracts on their tier 1, tier 2 vendors, inspection can be carried out, these TPIs can be hired. So in fact, the General Manager HAL Corporate Quality is also here. You can apply for registration with HAL for the registering as a TPI, and then you can serve the vendors for the HAL. Similar lines, Bell and all also, we are now working that they can be get registered as approved TPIs for defense contracts.
Similarly, for the DGQA also, there are 7 TPI agencies have been already registered. So, if you are a TPI agency, so you can also get yourself registered as a TPI agency for the particular nature of products, so that you can take it. The question is that what happens in the TPA is that DGQA, the QA agencies are only for making you get it registered and certify you as a third-party inspection agency. But getting the order for your third-party inspection is not in the hands of the QA agencies, because it is a order placing authority who have to give the QA work to the TPA agency.
Right.
So this has to be clear to you. That is the reason.
So any tendering is done, or how we can approach you directly?
If you want to get yourself as a TPA agency registered, you can approach a DGQA or a DGAQA. So they will help you how to go about it.
Right, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Even DRDO also does this, the TPA registration.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Soham Biswas from Oscar Equipments Private Limited, Kolkata. My question is that today, on the topic of fast tracking of QA through integrated approach, is that, sir, we are supplying defense for the last 40 years. And we are into some QA points, QAP, suppose there are some stages like material identification, material assembly. So for these stages, when we are performing, our sub-vendor is performing, then when DGQA is getting involved into it, we are lagging a production timeline. At the end of the day, when we are trying to meet the delivery period, so it is being lacked off. So can we approach some stages for self-certification or green channel so that we can meet the delivery schedule and timeline?
Yes, definitely you can, if your product, whatever you are supplying, if previous supply has not got into any of the quality issues, so definitely you can apply for the self-certification. And self-certification as a standard procedure, they will come and verify, and we will be able to give a self-certification. And also, we more so for the reducing the timelines, we are now concentrating mostly on the critical quality parameters only, not for all the parameters. Where there is a time delay which you are taking it, you try to give authentic documents and certified documents and NABL test reports, so that we will be able to reduce those timelines.
Thank you,
sir.
sir. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. I'm representing again the Kodisa Defense Innovation Center. I'm the director of this organization, sir. Sir, since 2018, since we are awarded this first Defense Innovation Center to us, we have been continuously working. And so far, we have already brought in about 400 MSMEs right from Coimbatore into this division for defense innovation, and we have already spent around 9 crores for building up a new building for the defense innovation and all that. It's getting ready in August, but already we are running it on a temporary basis now. With my experience, sir, I would just suggest that though we brought in so many MSMEs here, most of them, in the southern region, most of them have been working on automotive components. So they have been producing millions of components. So when it comes to defense, they say the quantity is less and all that. So, but they have been showing interest. All of them came, they wanted to come develop and these products and all that. One small suggestion, I think this would definitely work out, sir. There are a lot of people who have, the intelligence, they have the knowledge, they have the experience to indigenize, to develop new products and all that. But to the next level, after spending that amount, if they're not going to get an order, if the quantity is going to be less or something like that, they have to enter into the tender. So this is what is discouraging them. So I would suggest, suppose if you have like the make one, make two process, if you have one more process where people who are ready to come and indigenize until, the production stage, so there is a funding for that, or that's a business for them. I think this kind of a business definitely people will take up, sir, because there are a lot of people who don't want to get into the production, but they want to do a research or an indigenization to that project. And after that, they'll give you all the design and all that. And we, in Codisa Defense Innovation Center, we have created a fantastic facility for design, testing, scanning, everything we have, sir. Even the machining facility, all that we have created. And even this year, we are investing another 3.5 crores for getting into this electronic manufacturing, like boards and all that, full automation, testing and all that. So they can definitely come and utilize our facility and develop the product. And once when the product is ready, we can again do the validation, design validation and all that, and say if the drawings are perfect, this drawing can be taken by any other manufacturing company to produce it. So this one more, like the Make 1 and Make 2, one introduction, I think that will bring a lot of indigenization.
So it won't be, it doesn't look like to be part of the make because government is not interested in getting to the design.
Right.
So certainly defense PSUs, big defense industries might be interested in this concept because they themselves otherwise in-house would be doing this job. We are saying instead of doing in-house, they run this like an IDEX challenge and get the best and take this, and from there they can take on the production.
Yes.
We'll work on this suggestion and certainly look
Sir.
into this suggestion.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir.
Thank you so much. All our
Excuse me, Madam, last one question from my side. I'm Srikanth Hegde, representing Titan Engineering and Automation Limited. Many of the part what we do for Ministry of Defense like HAL or Tejas, they are highly complex parts and most of the materials are imported. So adding a resource of making any machining or special process may not be a big problem in today's situation in India. But as far as the raw material is concerned, like a bar material or a forgings or casting, still we are depending on some other countries like France or maybe Russia or somewhere. So what happens compared to the global customers requirement, the Indian government or Ministry of Defense requirement quantities will be less. So because of that, in management like us, pushing or giving the priority for making that defense, sometimes it is taking a backseat, sir. I'm sorry to say this because I have to report to my top management that yes, I am showing a profitability or utilization or whatever it is. But is there any plan from MOD to strengthen the supply chain of these sort of materials?
The MOD DDP is working for last few years. So again, it's a question of having adequate resource and priority of those resources. Let's see. We are still working on that, at least for certain materials. If we can strengthen the supply chain. We understand the problem is generally limited quantity, which does not justify investment by the manufacturer either in R&D or importing a certain machinery, or economy of scale is not there. So we understand problem. We are trying to work on that. Maybe we'll find some support from government side. Maybe I'm using the word because we don't decide the available resource to us. We'll pitch for the resource. We'll see what best we can do there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for all the questions and eager participation from the industry partners, and also to our esteemed panel for their thoughtful responses. I would now request Shri Sanjeev Kumar Ji, Secretary Defense Production, to kindly come forward and present the mementos to our panelists. So if you could please come forward. Sir, to the panelists with you. No, you will also get, sir. Shri Sanjay Chawla. Rear Admiral Rupak Barua. I would request DGQA to kindly present the memento to Shri Sanjeev Kumarji. Thank you, sir. I would like to inform our guests and audience that we are awaiting the arrival of our chief guest, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, any time from now. The Honorable Raksha Mantri is the chief guest of the National Quality Conclave. The theme, as you all know, is fast-tracking QA through integrated approach and technology-enabled processes. We would request you all to kindly rise as soon as the Honorable Raksha Mantri enters the auditorium. We would also be unveiling a pivotal document, the Blueprint on Industry 4.0 and QA 4.0 for defense PSUs that has been crafted by DGQA along with the DPSUs. Duplication. In a few minutes from now, Honorable Raksha Mantri would be joining us, and we are very grateful to him for taking time out at this juncture for this National Quality Conclave. There is going to be an exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding between DGA, QA, and NABL. So a lot is yet to happen.
Hello.
of people will be using from here. Yes, sir.
RM, rest of the people will be
No, they will all of them will be using this.
that is usually not the case. RM sir के लिए podium RM sir exclusive podium
यही है पहला
and rest of the dignitaries and from
यहाँ पर यहाँ ये लिखा तो है तो written है हाँ हाँ जी हाँ हाँ मैं तो बता रही हूँ Yes, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The Raksha Mantri is about to enter the hall in a few seconds from now. We request everybody who is standing to kindly take their respective seats. I'm happy to announce that the Honorable Raksha Mantri has arrived in the premises, and any moment he is set to enter the auditorium. I would request all of you to kindly rise as the Honorable Raksha Mantri enters. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with immense honor and great pride that we welcome our esteemed chief guest, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Honorable Raksha Mantri, for the important session of National Quality Conclave 2025. May I now request Shri Sanjeev Kumar Ji, Secretary DP, to kindly welcome Honorable Raksha Mantri with a bouquet. May I take the opportunity to invite Secretary DP to kindly address the audience.
ऑनरेबल रक्षा मंत्री जी, श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, हम आपके बहुत आभारी हैं सर। हम सब जानते हैं आज आपका कितना बिजी शेड्यूल चल रहा है, उसके बावजूद सर आप आज हमारे साथ हैं, इसके लिए हम सबकी तरफ से सर आपको आभार व्यक्त करना चाहते हैं। हेड्स ऑफ क्यूए एजेंसी सर, DG QA, DG AQA, DG NAI, senior officers from the armed forces, esteemed partners from defense industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good afternoon to all of you. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to first of its kind National Quality Conclave 2025, comprising QA of all three armed forces, being held today under the aegis of Department of Defense Production under the guidance of Honorable Raksha Mantri ji. Sir, today we have deliberated on fast-tracking QA process through an integrated and technology-enabled approach through various sessions held since morning. Sir, we are deeply honored by your presence, and your inspiring leadership has been pivotal in redefining India's defense manufacturing landscape and in steering us towards greater indigenization, self-reliance, and operational excellence. Your commitment to quality, innovation, and indigenous capability building continues to inspire and energize all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, India's defense manufacturing sector is experiencing transformative journey under the leadership of Honorable Raksha Mantri ji, under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister. The vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, championed by our Honorable Prime Minister, is shaping our policies, programs, and partnerships. The Department of Defense Production, with its QA agencies and industry, is spearheading a series of forward-looking reforms to modernize systems, simplify process, and strengthen quality standards in our defense industry ecosystem. We have witnessed the rapid evolution of our defense manufacturing ecosystem, powered by a surge in home-ground capabilities, the enthusiastic participation of startup and MSMEs, indigenization of sophisticated platform and systems. Anchoring this process and progress it further, we are continuously reimagining and recalibrating our quality assurance architecture. A particularly noteworthy development is the transition of our QA agency towards remote and hybrid inspection models. What once required physical presence of QA officers can now be accomplished using secure digital platforms, advanced visual tools, and real-time data sharing. Today, a QA team can virtually assess a production line thousands of kilometers away, interact with manufacturers, verify compliances, and provide feedback instantly without compromising on rigor or accuracy of quality standards. The shift is especially significant for MSMEs and suppliers in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Hybrid models combining digital tools with selective on-site inspections have lowered entry barriers, reduced timelines, cut logistical cost, and expanded the reach of defense production, and have enabled the startup and MSMEs to get integrated into the defense manufacturing ecosystem. The reforms go further. At DGQA, a major restructuring exercise has been introduced. A single point technical support mechanism for complete equipment and weapon platforms, streamlining QA decision making and enhancing accountability. DGQA has strengthened its industrial outreach by establishing 8 new field establishments and has waived inspection charges on exports. Meanwhile, DGNAI is gearing up for the implementation of AIIMS, a fully networked armament inspection information management system, and is set to go live in August 2025, enabling data-driven decisions and ushering in Quality 4. As we align ourselves with the principles of Industry 4, our QA4 vision is rooted in intelligent systems, digital twins, IoT integration, AI-driven analytics, and real-time collaboration across the value chain. Today, taking inspiration from presence of Honorable Raksha Mantriji, we will be taking further steps to enhance quality culture in our defense industry. Today, sir, we will be releasing the blueprint of Industry 4.0 and QA0 for defense PSUs. Our defense PSUs have accepted implementation of QA4 and Industry 4, and I am happy to report to you, sir, that by September 2025, many of their production lines and majority of their products would get covered under Industry 4 and QA4. Sir, we have also prepared a standard operating procedure on proof of stock component and consumables. This lacuna of inability of this was creating problem for our MSMEs and startups in testing their products, which will help now. This will help now in them. This will help them now in meeting those requirements. Today, sir, a MOU between DG AQA and NABL is also being signed. This partnership will strengthen lab accreditation and promote excellence in testing and calibration across the defense ecosystem. So we have given QMS certification for HAL supplier and sub-vendors also in earlier session, which helps in meeting the global standards in the suppliers of HAL and also enable them to do their quality on their own without having any, let's say, sir, interface with HAL until unless it is required, sir. A roadmap for QA4 in explosive and ordnance as prepared by DGNAI has also been prepared. Indian defense industry is actively implementing Industry 4 and QA4 initiative to harness modern technologies for enhancing their efficiency, productivity, and innovation. These efforts include the integration of all plant-level systems into centralized dashboard, enabling real-time retrievable data and analytics for faster and more informed decision-making. These initiative reflects our unwavering commitment to modernizing defense infrastructure, promoting indigenous excellence, and embedding quality at every link of our defense value chain. As we move ahead, we urge all stakeholders to remain focused on embracing digital transformation to eliminate procedural delays, creating real-time collaboration platform between OEMs, QA agencies, and users, investing in upskilling our workforce to meet emerging QA demands. Speed is the new strategic advantage. As the complexity of indigenous production grows, our ability to maintain uncompromising quality with accelerated timelines will define our operational age. With collective wisdom and commitment, I am confident that we will take India to the global benchmark for defense quality assurance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the special address. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at a juncture that now we are going to unveil a pivotal document, the Blueprint on Industry 4.0 and QA 4.0 for defense public sector undertakings, crafted by DGQA along with the DPSUs. In line with the year of reforms 2025-26, this blueprint charts a bold course towards modernizing India's defense production through smart technologies, automation, and data-driven quality assurance practices. We would like to play a video on this.
Under the aegis of Department of Defense Production, DGQA is steering the adoption of industry and QA 4.0 in 16 DPSUs. Towards this, we shall now have the launch of the Blueprint on Adoption of Industry and QA 4.0 by the Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh.
Sir, we request you to kindly release the blueprint. The Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sir, if you could come forward and release the blueprint, please. Thank you so much, sir. This is a big milestone for the National Quality Conclave. Moving forward, we would now witness the exchange of a landmark MOU, or the Memorandum of Understanding, between DGA-QA and NABL. This partnership will ensure robust accreditation standards for laboratories engaged in testing aeronautical defense stores, strengthening the quality fabric of our defense ecosystem. I would request Shri Jagsay Shah, Chairperson, Quality Council of India, to come up on the stage for exchanging the MOU. NABL is a constituent board of Quality Council of India under the aegis of Ministry of Commerce and Industries. I request Shri Sanjay Chawla, DG, DGA-QA, and Shri Shah, Chairperson QCI, to exchange the MOU in the august presence of the Honorable Raksha Mantri. Thank you, Mr. Shah. We would now move on to the release of the Quality Rating Manual, a strategic guide to assess and elevate on-time and on-quality delivery by HAL and the broader Indian military aviation industry. Developed by DGA-QA, HAL, and the Indian Air Force, this manual brings best global practices into our national fold. May I request the Honorable Raksha Mantri ji to release the Quality Rating Manual. I request Shri K.K. Bhatt, Chief of Production, HAL Lucknow, and Shri Arup Malik, GM, CS and QA, HAL Bangalore, to also join us on the stage. Finally, we present the quality roadmap from DGNAI, setting the path for adopting Industry 4.0 principles in the explosives and the ordnance sector. With a focus on smart prognostic health management and AI-enabled smart inspections, this roadmap brings future-ready manufacturing and quality assurance to one of India's most sensitive defense domains. May I request the Honorable Raksha Mantri ji to release this roadmap. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our proud privilege and moment of great honor to invite a towering statesman, a visionary leader, an architect of transformative reforms in India's defense landscape, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, Honorable Raksha Mantri, to deliver the keynote address at the National Quality Conclave. He firmly believes that with country's potential and spirit, self-reliance is the road to attain the status of the world leader. Over to you, sir.
Secretary Defense Production, Sri Sanjeev Kumar, DG QA, Sri N. Manoharan, DG NAI, Rear Admiral Rupak Barua, DG AQA, Sri Sanjay Chawla, CMDs of DPSUs, senior officers, head of the industry associations, young entrepreneurs, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. जिस समय सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन वेलकम स्पीच दे रहे थे तो उन्होंने आभार व्यक्त किया कि मैं इस कार्यक्रम में आप सबके बीच उपस्थित हूं। सच्चाई ये है, खैर उन्हें औपचारिकता पूरी करनी थी, पूरी की उन्होंने, लेकिन इस क्वालिटी नेशनल क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव में आना मुझे बेहद अच्छा लगा है। वैसे ऑर्डिनरी कॉन्क्लेव में तो हम लोग जाते रहते हैं, तो क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव में आने में क्या आपत्ति हो सकती है। साथियों, सबसे पहले तो मैं हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेज ने कल जो कार्रवाई की है, और जय हिंद, जो शौर्य और पराक्रम दिखाया है उसके लिए मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है, वो हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, आप सभी नेशनल क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन ये आपका चल रहा है। क्वालिटी की क्या भूमिका होती है, यह क्या रोल अदा करती है, इसका नमूना हमने कल देखा। जिस प्रिसीजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया, वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए। जिस तरह से इस ऑपरेशन को किसी भी इनोसेंट को नुकसान पहुंचाए बिना मिनिमम कोलेटरल डैमेज के साथ अंजाम दिया गया, वह इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारे फॉर्मिडेबल एंड प्रोफेशनली ट्रेन्ड आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के पास इक्विपमेंट भी हाई क्वालिटी के थे। ऐसे में इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव को मैं बड़े महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्क्लेव के रूप में देखता हूं। मैं इस आयोजन के लिए डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और इनके सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन श्री संजीव कुमार को भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को भी मैं बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अभी मैं इस कॉन्क्लेव की थीम देख रहा था, फास्ट ट्रैकिंग ऑफ क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस थ्रू इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड प्रोसेसेस। आपकी यह थीम मुझे बेहद अच्छी ही नहीं लगी, बल्कि दिलचस्प भी लगी, इंटरेस्टिंग लगी। वैसी भी पूरी दुनिया में इसमें बड़ी तेजी से डिसरप्टिव चेंजेस हो रहे हैं और खासकर डिफेंस सेक्टर में तो लगातार नए नए ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस ये देखने को मिल रहे हैं। ऐसे में क्वालिटी असेसमेंट को फास्ट ट्रैक करना न सिर्फ रेलेवेंट है, बल्कि मैं समझता हूँ यह समय की मांग है। उन चेंजेस को देखते हुए यह थीम अपने आप में बहुत ही रेलेवेंट हो जाती है। इतनी इंटरेस्टिंग और रेलेवेंट थीम रखने के लिए भी मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अक्सर मुझे आर्म फोर्सेस के अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों में प्रायः जाने का अवसर मिलता है। रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के इवेंट्स में जाने का भी अवसर मिलता रहता है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर द्वारा आयोजित कार्यक्रमों में भी मैं प्रायः जाता ही रहता हूं। परंतु आज का यह जो मंच है, यह अपने आप में बड़ा अलग है और एक विशिष्ट मंच है। मैं ये देख रहा हूं कि यहाँ कई सारे लोग हैं जो अलग अलग फील्ड्स में महारत जिन्होंने हासिल की है, महारथी बैठे हैं यहाँ। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज की हमारी बातचीत भी कई मायनों में विशेष होने वाली है। साथियों, इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव की महत्ता और आवश्यकता पर तो मैं आगे चर्चा करूंगा ही, परंतु पहले मैं आपको कुछ ऐसे बिंदुओं से, कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगा जो हमारी सरकार की प्रायोरिटीज से जुड़े हुए हैं। 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार आने के बाद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण सूत्र प्रदान किया। उन्होंने शुरुआत में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन सेक्टर के एम्पावरमेंट पर विशेष बल दिया। उन्होंने जो सूत्र दिया उसके पीछे की फिलॉसफी थी डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी। डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी का मतलब कि जब तक कोई देश अपनी डिफेंस नीड्स में कैपेबल तथा सेल्फ रिलायंट नहीं होता, तब तक उसकी आज़ादी पूरी तरह से नहीं मानी जा सकती। जब तक हम अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए इंपोर्ट पर डिपेंडेंट रहेंगे, तब तक कहीं ना कहीं हमारी आत्मशक्ति में अधूरापन रहेगा ही। अगर हम अपने हथियार और रक्षा उपकरण विदेशों से खरीदते हैं, तो इसका मतलब है कि हम अपनी सुरक्षा को आउटसोर्स कर रहे हैं और उसे किसी और के भरोसे छोड़ रहे हैं। यह बात लॉन्ग रन में सही नहीं हो सकती। हमारी सरकार ने इस विषय पर गंभीरता से सोचा और आत्मनिर्भरता हासिल करने का निर्णायक कदम भी उठाया है। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं कि देश में पहले से ही ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का एक इंडिजिनस सिस्टम रहा है और इन फैक्ट्रीज ने एक समय पर बेहतरीन काम किया और देश की सुरक्षा जरूरतों को पूरा करने में बहुत ही अहम भूमिका निभाई भी है। इनके अलावा हमारे पास डिफेंस PSUs का भी एक मजबूत इकोसिस्टम पहले से ही है। हमारी सरकार ने डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में क्वालिटी और क्वांटिटी दोनों पर समान रूप से बल दिया है। इसी दिशा में कई क्रांतिकारी कदम उठाए गए, जिनमें से कुछ महत्वपूर्ण कदमों का उल्लेख मैं यहाँ करना चाहूँगा। ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन उनमें से एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम रहा है, जिसे हमने इंश्योर किया ताकि कम समय में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में व्यापक सुधार हो सके। यहाँ मैं ये जरूर बताना चाहूँगा कि ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन हमारे लिए कोई बहुत सरल प्रक्रिया नहीं थी। इसमें अनेक जटिल प्रश्न थे और चैलेंजेज भी थे, परंतु हमने इसे इसलिए लागू किया क्योंकि यह एक अर्जेंट रिफॉर्म था। अब प्रश्न उठता है कि यह अर्जेंट क्यों था। इसका एक बड़ा कारण था क्वालिटी। आप सभी स्पेशलिस्ट के समक्ष मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि सरकार ने क्वालिटी को अपना प्रायोरिटी रिफॉर्म एजेंडा बनाया है। हमने क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट को ही टारगेट करते हुए ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन किया। तब से लेकर आज तक डिफेंस PSUs ने लगातार सुधार किया है और कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन के पश्चात क्वालिटी प्रोडक्शन को लगातार आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास भी किया गया है और आज ये DPSUs इंटरनेशनली कॉम्पिटिटिव हो रहे हैं। आज ये अपने रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट पर भी अच्छा फोकस कर रहे हैं। आज ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पहले से कहीं ज़्यादा वाइब्रेंट और एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड हो रहे हैं। वैसे तो अभी कुछ कार्य बाकी है, पर मैं इतना ज़रूर आश्वस्त हूँ कि जिस प्रकार पब्लिक सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म के लिए हम प्रयासरत हैं, वह हमें आने वाले समय में काफ़ी अच्छे रिजल्ट्स देने वाला है। साथियों, पब्लिक सेक्टर के डेवलपमेंट के पीछे हमारा एक ही उद्देश्य भी रहा है कि एक हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिटिव प्राइवेट डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम का विकास किया जाए, जो अपनी क्वालिटी के माध्यम से देश की सुरक्षा को और अधिक मजबूत बनाए। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि क्वालिटी को लेकर प्राइवेट सेक्टर की अपनी एक अच्छी खासी इमेज होती है। किसी भी क्षेत्र में प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपनी गुणवत्ता के लिए जाना जाता है। आज चाहे बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स हों या सिस्टम्स, एमएसएमईज हों या स्टार्टअप्स, हमने ऐसा प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रियल बेस तैयार किया है जो देश के डिफेंस सेक्टर के विकास में सक्रिय भागीदार बन रहा है और उसे सशक्त कर रहा है। आज रिलीज होने वाले इंडस्ट्री 4 को भी मैं इसी संदर्भ में देख रहा हूं। यह निश्चित रूप से हमें स्मार्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के एक ऐसे एरा में ले जाएगा जहां से हमारे लिए कई नए डायमेंशंस खुलेंगे। इसी तरह जो दूसरे मैनुअल्स आज रिलीज हो रहे हैं हुए हैं, जो एमयू साइन हुए हैं, उनको भी मैं इसी कंटेक्स्ट में देखता हूं। ये सभी प्रयास केवल सरकार के प्रयास नहीं हैं, बल्कि आप सभी का मिला जुला प्रयास इसमें शामिल है, इसीलिए यह संभव हो पा रहा है। साथियों, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, आज की दुनिया में सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट नहीं बल्कि एक मजबूत ब्रांड वैल्यू भी ज़रूरी है। जब मार्केट में असिमेट्रिक इंफॉर्मेशन फैली होती है तब कंज्यूमर भ्रमित हो जाता है, कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। ऐसे में वही ब्रांड सफल होता है जो कंसिस्टेंट क्वालिटी और रिलायबिलिटी का भरोसा देता है। और यही कारण है कि हमें इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को एक स्ट्रांग और ट्रस्टेड ब्रांड बनाना ही होगा। इस संदर्भ में आज मैं आपसे एक महत्वपूर्ण अपील करने के लिए आप सबके बीच खड़ा हुआ हूं। यह अपील है एक मजबूत वर्ल्ड लीडिंग और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट ब्रांड इंडिया का निर्माण। ताकि दुनिया की डिफेंस मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट्स को लेकर जब कंट्रीज के मन में डाउट हो तो वह ब्रांड इंडिया को चूज करे। Whenever in doubt, go for India। यह हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए, यही हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए। ब्रांड इंडिया का मतलब है कि अगर किसी इंडियन कंपनी ने कुछ प्रॉमिस किया है तो वो होगा ही होगा, होकर ही रहेगा। किसी प्रोडक्ट की फला रेंज तक मारक क्षमता है तो होगा ही होगा, यह भरोसा होना चाहिए। उससे नीचे का तो कोई सवाल ही खड़ा ही नहीं होता। किसी प्रोडक्ट की फला टेम्परेचर तक में काम करने की कैपेसिटी है तो होगी ही होगी, उससे नीचे का तो कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं खड़ा होता। यह होना चाहिए हमारा क्वालिटी एस्योरेंस और ब्रांड इंडिया का भरोसा। और जब हम ऐसा कर पाने में सफल होंगे तभी इंटरनेशनल बायर्स हमें एक ट्रस्टेड सप्लायर के रूप में देखेंगे और कहेंगे डोंट गो फॉर डाउट, गो फॉर इंडिया। साथियों, मैं समझता हूं कि इस दिशा में प्रयास करने का यह सबसे उचित समय है, क्योंकि इस समय जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं उसे आप सब देख रहे हैं। हमारे रीजन में ही आज जो स्थितियां उत्पन्न हो रही हैं उससे आप सभी अवगत ही नहीं हैं बल्कि अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। हमने हमेशा ही एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल नेशन होने का रोल बड़े संयम से निभाया है, सदैव निभाया है। हम लगातार इस बात के पक्षधर रहे हैं कि समस्याओं का समाधान बातचीत के जरिए से हो, परंतु इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हमारी सहनशीलता का कोई नाजायज फायदा उठाए। यदि कहीं कोई हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसे कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से तैयार रहना होगा। कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए उसे तैयार रहना होगा। भारत की संप्रभुता की सुरक्षा में कोई भी हद हमारे लिए बाधा नहीं बनेगी। इसका मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं मित्रों। ऐसे रेस्पॉन्सिबल रेस्पॉन्सेस के लिए हम आगे भी पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं, और यदि हमारी यह तैयारी बनी हुई है तो इसमें आपका एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। इसके लिए मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं, आप सबकी मैं सराहना करता हूं। भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स, भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स भारत को एक अभूतपूर्व संबल प्रदान कर रहा है। और इसी प्रकार अगर आज के ग्लोबल सिनेरियो पर नज़र डालें तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में हमें बड़े बड़े चेंजेस देखने को मिल रहे हैं। हमारे सामने कई अनसर्टन डायमेंशंस ओपन हो रहे हैं। यूरोप से लेकर एशिया तक हर जगह कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। यूक्रेन रशिया कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, इजराइल पैलेस्टीन टेंशन और मिडिल ईस्ट अनरेस्ट ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी आज अपने आप में बहुत ही फ्रेजाइल है। अभी पिछले कुछ समय से हमें यूरोपियन यूनियन और नाटो के सिक्योरिटी सिनेरियो में भी काफ़ी हद तक बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है। जो यूरोपियन यूनियन एक समय पर बड़े स्तर पर नाटो पर डिपेंडेंट था, वही यूरोपियन यूनियन आज बड़े स्तर पर रीअर्मामेंट की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। जाहिर सी बात है कि जब विकसित देश रीअर्मामेंट की तरफ बढ़ेंगे तो आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट की डिमांड भी स्वाभाविक रूप से बढ़ेगी। बढ़ेगी क्या, बल्कि मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि यह डिमांड लगातार नई ऊंचाइयां छू रही है। हाल ही में मैं स्टॉकहोम इंटरनेशनल पीस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट की एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था, और अभी कुछ दिन पहले उन्होंने एक रिपोर्ट जारी की है, और उसी रिपोर्ट में यह बताया गया है कि वर्ल्ड मिलिट्री एक्सपेंडिचर 2024 में 2718 बिलियन डॉलर तक पहुंच गया है, जो अपने आप में मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत बड़ी बात है। यदि मैं, और मेरे कहने का अर्थ यह है कि चाहे डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस रिक्वायरमेंट हो या इंटरनेशनल, आज आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट तथा डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स की रिक्वायरमेंट पहले से कहीं ज़्यादा है। और आपके द्वारा किए जा रहे प्रयासों से इस देश का जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है, वह ब्रांड इंडिया फिलॉसफी के साथ विश्व में अपना सिक्का जमा सकता है। साथियों, ऐसा नहीं है कि यह बात मैं सिर्फ कहने के लिए कह रहा हूं, हमने पास्ट में ऐसा करके दिखाया है। यदि मैं आंकड़ों की बात करूं तो अभी 2024-25 के फाइनेंशियल ईयर में हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 24,000 करोड़ के रिकॉर्ड आंकड़े को पार कर गया है, और यह हम सबके लिए प्रसन्नता की बात है कि हमने इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया है। लेकिन हमें यहाँ पर रुकना नहीं है, हमारा लक्ष्य इससे कहीं अधिक बड़ा है, और हमने निर्धारित किया है कि 2029 तक डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट को कि इस आंकड़े को बढ़ाकर हमको 50,000 करोड़ तक ले जाना है, और 2047 तक जब हम पूर्ण विकसित एक डेवलप्ड नेशन के रूप में खड़े होंगे, राष्ट्र बनेंगे, उस समय तब तक तो हमें दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्टर बनना है। लक्ष्य बड़ा होना चाहिए, तभी हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। इतने बड़े लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए बेहद जरूरी है कि हम अपने डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट की क्वालिटी को लेकर पूरी दुनिया में एक ट्रस्ट डेवलप करें, लोगों का दिल जीतें, लोगों का भरोसा जीतें। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें इस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें उस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, तभी यह होगा। साथियों, उसके लिए हमें क्वालिटी को लेकर किसी पर्टिकुलर डिपार्टमेंट की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी या प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस के स्टेज तक ही सीमित करके नहीं देखना होगा, बल्कि क्वालिटी हमारी गाइडिंग फिलॉसफी होनी चाहिए, हमारा ये कल्चर होना चाहिए, जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में शामिल हर डिसीजन, हर डिज़ाइन और हर प्रोसेस और हर इंडिविजुअल तक अपना इन्फ्लुएंस रखे। हमारा पूरा डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम तभी मजबूत हो सकता है जब हम क्वालिटी बेंचमार्क्स को गंभीरता से लेंगे। मुझे देखकर भी खुशी होती है कि आप लोगों ने क्वालिटी के महत्व को पहचाना है, समझा है, और जिस डेडिकेशन के साथ और जिस विचार के साथ आप क्वालिटी इम्प्रूवमेंट पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं, वह निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में भारत के डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एक नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगा, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। साथियों, वैसे तो आप सभी क्वालिटी इम्प्रूवमेंट की दिशा में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जाते जाते मैं अपनी तरफ से कुछ सुझाव भी आप लोगों को देना चाहूँगा। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं, आज के ज़माने में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज़ की भूमिका कितनी बढ़ गई है, कितनी महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। इसलिए आपको इस बात पर भी ध्यान देना होगा कि रियल टाइम क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग के लिए हम किस तरह से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स और मशीन लर्निंग जैसे टूल्स का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ इवॉल्विंग ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ अलाइन करते हुए हमें अपने जो स्टैंडर्ड्स और टेस्टिंग प्रोटोकॉल्स को भी अपडेट करते रहना होगा। हमें टाइम बाउंड क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस क्लियरेंसेस पर भी ध्यान देना होगा, ताकि किसी प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर अनवांटेड डिले देखने को न मिले। साथियों, मेरा यह भी मानना है कि हमारी क्वालिटी असेसमेंट एजेंसीज को अपनी डेफिशिएंसीज पर भी हमेशा ध्यान रखना चाहिए और किस प्रकार इन डेफिशिएंसीज को मॉडर्नाइजेशन और टेस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के डेवलपमेंट के द्वारा दूर किया जाए, उस पर भी कार्य करते रहना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा सुझाव है। और इस प्रकार नीश टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में लगातार गैप एनालिसिस करते रहना एक आवश्यक कदम होगा। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और भारत सरकार आपके साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलने के लिए तैयार है और हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। और सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन के रूप में भी, संजीव कुमार के रूप में भी एक डायनेमिक आपको सेक्रेटरी भी मिला है, यह भी सौभाग्य की बात है, जो क्रोधित नहीं होते बल्कि मुस्कुराते ही रहते हैं, चाहे चैलेंज कितना भी बड़ा हो। और साथियों, हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम सब मिलकर क्वालिटी असेसमेंट और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस के आपके प्रयासों को और गति प्रदान करेंगे। मुझे इस बात का भी पूरा विश्वास है, जब हम सब मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से भारत ग्लोबल डिफेंस मार्केट के की प्लेयर के रूप में इमर्ज होकर ही रहेगा। यही आज की हमारी कॉन्क्लेव के थीम की प्रासंगिकता है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने इतने रेलेवेंट टॉपिक पर इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया। इस इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं और इस कॉन्क्लेव की सफलता के लिए मैं हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं।
हम माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी के बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं कि उन्होंने मौजूदा परिस्थितियों में अपना कीमती वक्त इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव के लिए निकाला और सर आपके विचार क्यूए फ्रेटर्निटी के लिए मार्गदर्शन का काम करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। And with this we move forward, and I would like to request Secretary DP Shri Sanjeev Kumar ji to kindly present a memento to our Honorable Chief Guest Shri Rajnath Singh ji. I would also request all the dignitaries to come forward for the group photograph, please. धन्यवाद सर।
May I now request Shri N. Manoharan, Director General DGQA, to hand over the memento to our MC for today's event, Ms. Richa Jan Kalra. Shri N. Manoharan ji. Thank you, sir.
With this, I would like to invite DG DGQA Sri Manoharan ji to kindly give a vote of thanks.
Honorable Raksha Mantri ji, Secretary Defense Production, senior dignitaries from Armed Forces, officers from Department of Defense Production, RMO office officers, officers from DRDO, various dignitaries from industry associations like SIDM, Associam, FICCI, Odisha, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce, CMDs and officials from the defense public sectors, defense industry partners, all officers from DGQA, DGAQA and DGNA, and media friends and ladies and gentlemen present here. Good evening, everybody. Any businessman first asks a question, who will be the best salesman for my product? So it is stated the one of the best salesman for the product is the quality. If quality is there, he is the best salesman of the product. The quality is never an accident. It is always the result of intelligent efforts. Today, whole day, we had discussed about this best salesman and how to improve upon it, how the better technologies can be brought inside. Today, the release of blueprint on Industry 4 and QA 4 by our Honorable Raksha Mantri has paved way for the defense public sectors and private industries to move towards latest technological upgradation and the improved quality of the products. Also, it will pave way for internationally competitive products of the country, as brought out by our Honorable Raksha Mantriji, that we should adopt the latest technology like artificial intelligence, IoT, and machine learning, and every part of it. So we have taken this into account of the Industry 4 and QA 4. Sir, we assure that this all will be introduced and we will be coming to a considerable milestone by the end of this year, sir, in the defense public sectors. And today, our Honorable Raksha Mantriji has given a new concept, the brand name, the brand of India. So I think now all industries present, more than around 250 industries and various fraternities of the defense public sector and production agencies and QA agencies, and it is our commitment and endeavor to move towards the brand India, and we should make the quality as the first aspect to bring the products internationally competitive and bring a quality product as the thing which brings the brand India name to all our products. This we have discussed various things in the today panel discussions since morning, and the QA4 Industry 4 also discussed, and certain lacunae and requirements in the various areas have also been brought out by the today's discussion from the experts and the industry. One of the area which they wanted is that there should be a standard for the QA4 and Industry 4. Even though QA4 and Industry 4 is said and everyone is making it, but there is no standard defined in the QA4 and Industry 4 and its levels, so which needs to be worked upon. And also, we had various discussions on the Semilac and DGAQA about the airworthiness bill, military airworthiness bills. As it is brought out, the military airworthiness bills gives a more accountability and the freedom to the industry, so that they can take, when the industry takes the freedom and says that my product is best and I give the better quality, then they have accountability also for the quality. So that is what the airworthiness bill, which has been morning discussed, that is what it matters. The bill will give more freedom to the industry, but the industry will be accountable for the quality of the product. And we have also discussed one of the important area with chairing person, so our Joint Secretary, Dr. Garima Bhagat Madam, that what is lacking in the manufacture of explosives area. So it has been very well brought out, the explosives manufacturing capacity is there. So manufacturing capacity can be augmented. But what is lacking in the country is the processing machineries for the explosives, which is not available in the country. So that has been brought out by all, and there needs to be a work where the explosive manufacturing, processing and machineries which have to come up, for which the industry have to come up for the R&D and indigenous manufacture of the machineries which can produce the explosives and the required items. So this aspect has been brought out today. With this, on this occasion, I express my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji for gracing the conclave with his presence and delivering an inspiring keynote address. His vision and guidance has given us a strong impetus to pursue excellence in quality assurance through integrated approach and technology-driven process. His words have reinforced our shared responsibilities in building robust, self-reliant defense industrial base. I also sincerely thank Secretary Defense Production for his continued leadership and support to the QA fraternity. His address has not only added immense value to this conclave, but also laid down a clear direction for future collaboration between the industry and the QA agency in pursuit of Atmanirbharta. I extend my heartfelt thanks to various industry partners and associations who have taken time and traveled from various parts of the country in spite of the current situation. So most of the peoples have turned out and today they are present. This indicates their commitment towards the quality, and with this commitment, I think we should be able to attain higher and higher heights in the quality front, and as brought out, the brand India name can be brought out by our industries. I also thank all the officials from the Armed Forces, Department of Defense Production and RMO office, and various persons who have come here and graced this occasion. I also thank various organizers of this function who have taken a lot of efforts over a period of time to organize it and bring perfection in our conclave. I also thank the media who have come and who have taken effort in capturing the data from our conclave. So with this, I once again thank Honorable Raksha Mantri Ji for gracing the occasion. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. It has been a truly immersive, engaging, and transformative conclave that not just brought all professionals from DGQA, DGAQA, DGNAI, Defense Ministry, and the industry leaders and their apex organizations such as SIDM, FICCI, CII, ASSOCHAM, and Kodisha together on one platform, but also opened up plethora of new ideas and new opportunities in the areas of quality assurance and engagement with the industry to embrace innovation and emerging technologies like Industry 4.0, Quality 4.0 towards fast tracking of quality assurance. We thank you all for making this National Quality Conclave a big success, for being present with us and being a part of the entire day's proceedings. Thank you very much for being here. We again thank Raksha Mantri Ji for sharing his precious time with us. We would also like to tell you that we are having high tea over here, and we would like you to please join us for the high tea.